Dawn broke in a riot of orange and gold, the sun climbing fast until it washed the sky blinding white. Then an explosion ripped the morning wide open. A low, rolling thunder shook the ground. A column of dust and debris bloomed upward, swallowing the sun in the space of a heartbeat. The high-rise headquarters of the world's highest authority collapsed into a heap of smoking rubble. A woman in black tactical gear stood a few hundred meters away, watching the destruction. Her face gave away. Nothing. Dark hair hung motionless in the still air. Her eyes caught the crimson edge of the sunrise and held a cutting, predatory stillness. Nobody with any sense would meet that gaze. She was Agent 01. Top of the food chain. The deadliest special ops mercenary on the planet. An SSSS-level contract. Just another Tuesday. Through the haze came the sharp, synchronized bootsteps of military police moving in. She didn't budge. She pulled out her phone and typed 4 words. Mission complete. Then she turned, unhurried, and walked toward the helicopter waiting behind her. She swung into the cockpit, dropped into the pilot's seat, and flipped the switches with practiced ease. The engine snarled to life. The rotors bit the air, and the bird lifted off. Below, the unit reached her position seconds too late. They stared up at the shrinking silhouette, rage twisting their faces. Rifles came up, shots cracked through the air. Every round fell short. The operation had been flawless. No hesitation. No errors. Textbook. She flew a steady line toward base. 2 clicks out. A piercing alarm screamed through the cabin. In the same instant, the aircraft wrenched apart, like an invisible hand had torn it open. A fireball erupted across the sky. Everything vanished into smoke and flame, and 01's body went with its. Her eyes closed. A dry smirk tugged at the corner of her mouth. So that's how it ends. Fine. She'd been sick of this life for a damn long time. The sun climbed higher. Gold light poured through the clouds and draped the world in warmth. She was somewhere else now. 21st century. The capital. Deep inside a forest, silence held except for the whisper of leaves in the breeze. On a rutted dirt trail, a girl lay crumpled in the dirt, clothes filthy, eyes shut. Body stiffed. No question she was dead. A shaft of sunlight pierced the canopy and landed squarely on her face. A beat. Her eyes snapped open. The fear and timidity that once lived in those eyes were gone. In their place burned something cold, predatory, and very, very sharp. 01. No, she was Yun Shu now. She sat up slowly, adjusting to limbs that moved like rusted machinery. Her gaze swept the tree line with automatic precision, then dropped to her own body. This body, she had felt the explosion consume her. There shouldn't have been a scrap left. Yet here she was, battered, aching, but unmistakably alive. What the hell? A white fog rolled through her skull. Then a flood of foreign memories slammed into her consciousness, relentless and violent. The pain was blinding. Like her skull was about to crack open, she clenched her teeth and rode it out. Nearly 15 minutes later, the agony receded. She released her head. Sweat beaded her forehead. Her body still trembled from the overload. Right, so 01 of X-World really was dead, and her soul had crossed dimensions into this girl's body. Yun Shu. 21 years old, eldest daughter of her father, head of a corporation in the capital. Her birth mother died of illness when Yun Shu was 5.6 months later. Her father remarried. The new wife brought along a half-sister, 6 months younger, and a half-brother, 2 years younger, without a mother to shelter her. Yun Shu grew up timid and brittle. She never raised her voice above a whisper. At the first sign of trouble, she cried. The moment the step-siblings arrived, her standing in the household collapsed. Her father regularly forgot she existed. Even the staff bullied her. She was always hungry, always cold. Her half-sister and half-brother treated her like a toy. Hitting and cursing her was the daily routine. Yesterday, her half-sister dragged her along to the riding stables for a weekend with friends. Yun Shu was there to serve, not to socialize. At dusk, goaded by her friends, the half-sister forced Yun Shu into the forest. Beyond the stables for an adventure. The real Yun Shu had been terrified of the endless dark woods, but she never learned how to say no. She went in anyway. Before long, the creeping shadows and distant animal cries drove her to curl up in a ball beneath a tree. She shook uncontrollably. A fever took hold and burned through her. Years of malnourishment had destroyed her immune system. 1 fever was enough to kill her. When she opened her eyes again, the girl was gone. And 01 had taken her place. She shook her head once, processing the information without flinching. Nearly 20 years as a mercenary had conditioned her to stay calm through anything, even dying in a fireball and waking up in a stranger's body. Her past life was over. Fine. Now she had a second shot, in a new skin. If the universe was handing her a fresh start, she wasn't about to waste it. I'll take this body, all of it, and the ones who hurt her, they'll pay. She pushed up her sleeves and pant legs. Her limbs were painfully thin, pale, sickly skin stretched over. Bone scars crisscrossed the surface, old welts from beatings, crescent marks from fingernails dug in, several small round burns that could only be cigarette marks. Most were years old, healed on the surface, but the cruelty of the hands that made them was still legible. This poor little thing. A cold, murderous gleam flickered in her eyes. Those 2 siblings have some serious nerve. She rose to her feet, scanned the forest one more time, then started walking toward the exit. Back at the stable grounds, the manager lowered his phone, his face darkening. He straightened his clothes fast and led his team toward the racetrack entrance. 2 minutes later, the Maybach convoy rolled up. The lead Rolls-Royce stopped, and every eye locked on it. Black-suited bodyguards moved into position beside the car. The door opened. A long, powerful leg stepped out first. Then the man himself, 6'2", broad-shouldered, owning the space before he said a single word. His dark hair was slightly mussed, a few strands falling across a sharp jaw. Silver sunglasses sat high on his nose. The eyes behind them were nearly invisible, but the pressure they gave off was unmistakable. He wore custom black casual wear on his right wrist. A limited edition watch, one of only 3 in the world, caught the light, made even more striking by the strong hand beneath it. Fu Huaishan looked completely relaxed. He still made everyone's nerves pull tight. His presence was that overwhelming. The mall manager's face split into a warm smile as he stepped forward. Good to see you, President. The others behind him echoed it. Good to see you, President. Good to see you, President. Fu Huaishan let his gaze drift over them. Several seconds passed before he answered with a single, flat mm. That emotionless syllable sent cold sweat sliding down the manager's back. The president showed up unannounced. Nothing can go wrong today, nothing. Because the man standing in front of him wasn't just any boss, this was Fu Huaishan. 29, head of the Fu family, the most powerful of the capital's four great houses, the driving force behind the Fu Corporation in the capital, and across the whole country. The Fu family's status was absolute. Their wealth and power sat at the very top. Every industry you could name, tech, culture, art, mining, aviation, oil, real estate, the Fu Corporation had its fingerprints on it. Its reach stretched well beyond the country's borders. It was a trendsetter on the global stage, and at the helm stood the man right in front of them, the uncrowned king of the capital. Fu Huaishan, President, your private villa is ready. Would you like to see it now? The manager didn't get to finish, boss. One of the special assistants jogged toward them, a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, grinning like he had a secret. The manager's head started throbbing the second he saw him. When did that special assistant get here? How did I miss this? Everyone knew Fu Huaishan had two special assistants. One was the stoic man standing beside him, the other was the one running at them now. Both were the president's most trusted men. If one of them had shown up early alone, did that mean he was here to inspect the manager? The thought turned his legs to jelly, but when the assistant reached them, he didn't even glance at the manager. He stopped in front of Fu Huaishan, practically vibrating. Boss, there's a wolf in the forest next door. I just wounded it. His eyes were bright, his whole body humming with the need to go after it. Long fingers pulled off the sunglasses. Fu Huaishan tucked them casually into his collar and fixed his dark eyes on the tree line. Let's take a look. The other special assistant stepped forward immediately, his face tight. Boss, that forest is protected land. There could be dangerous animals in there. It's fine. I already scouted the whole thing. The first assistant cut in. The biggest predator in there is a wolf, nothing else. That was the whole reason he'd come ahead. Still not acceptable. We can't leave any gaps in the president's safety. The other assistant treated Fu Huaishan's well-being as more important than his own life. The first started to argue, but his mouth snapped shut the instant Fu Huaishan raised a hand. Come with me. We'll take a look together. His voice was cool. Fu Huaishan stepped into the forest first. Yes, sir. The stoic assistant followed. The other assistant and the bodyguards fell in behind them. The manager stood frozen, watching them disappear into the trees. He let out a small, shaky breath. Then his heart shot straight back into his throat. Damn it, if some wild animal hurt the president, he was finished. The manager paced in tight circles, muttering prayers under his breath. Yun Shu moved slowly. Her body, the original owner's body, was too weak, bruised, battered, still recovering from a fever, dehydrated. No food all day, she could barely keep herself upright. A mournful wolf howl tore through the silence. Yun Shu stopped dead, her sharp gaze cut through the trees. There are wolves here. Before she could process it, another howl rang out, much closer this time. She dropped into a crouch, hiding in the knee-high grass, controlled her breathing. Held perfectly still. On the other side of a thicket, a gray wolf watched in silence. Its fur blended into the brush so perfectly it was nearly invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. Its eyes gleamed with intent, locked on the patch of grass not far ahead, ears pricked, catching every tiny sound. It smelled its prey. Weak, easy. The wolf began to advance, step by step. Its muscular body leaned forward as it moved, muscles coiled like a drawn bowstring ready. Waiting, rustle, rustle, rustle. The wolf crept closer to Yun Shu's hiding spot. Annoyance flickered through her. I just got reborn, and now I'm about to get eaten by a wolf. Fine. You want to eat me. I don't want to be your meal. Let's see who wins. A woo. A woo. The wolf let out an attack cry. What it didn't expect, just as it leaped, jaws open to sink into its target, was the figure that shot up from the grass like a ghost. Yun Shu moved with lethal speed. Pure explosive power as she launched herself upward, slipping past the wolf's claws and fangs by a hair. Her thin arm swung with everything she had, driving straight into the wolf's wounded hind leg. The blow caught the animal completely off guard. It had never imagined prey that smelled this weak could fight back. Thud. The impact sent the wolf stumbling a full 5 meters before it crashed into a dead tree stump. Blood gushed from its gunshot wound. The wolf shook its head, dazed, but scrambled back to its feet in seconds. Every hair on its body stood rigid. Its eyes burned red, fangs bared to the gums. A furious growl rumbled from deep in its throat. Yun Shu's punch had just thoroughly pissed it off. The wolf dug its paws into the dirt, but before either of them could move again, a low, calm voice cut through the trees. Well, looks like someone got here first. The first special assistant stepped out from behind a thick trunk, rifle still in hand, his eyes flicking between the blooded wolf and the wild-eyed girl in the grass. Behind him, Huaishan walked into the clearing. His gaze landed on Yun Shu and stayed there. The wolf snarled. Torn between two threats now, no one moved. Huaishan's expression didn't change, but something sharp flickered behind his eyes. Drop the gun, he said quietly. Not to the wolf. The assistant blinked. Boss? I said drop it. The rifle lowered. Huaishan tilted his head, still watching the girl. A thin, battered thing barely standing, but she just knocked a full-grown wolf 5 meters back with one punch. His mouth curved, just barely. Interesting. Yun Shu's pulse hammered in her ears. She didn't know who these men were. She didn't care. She kept her eyes locked on the wolf. The wolf's ears flattened, its growl deepened, and then it lunged. Ju Chiming locked her gaze on the wolf, murder blazing in her eyes. One woman, one beast, frozen in place. The air between them crackled. A woo, the howl tore through the silence. Louder now, sharper. A challenge. Then the wolf lunged. All 4 paws left the ground as it shot toward her like a bolt of lightning, jaws gaping, fangs bared. Ju Chiming didn't back up an inch. She clenched her fists and charged straight at it, not a trace of fear on her face. Boss, over there. I heard the howl. Excitement sparked in Li Jun's voice. He'd struck out on every hunt so far while Shangfu mused and the boss never missed. Today, he was going to erase that embarrassment. The single sound gave nothing away. The group moved faster. They reached the clearing where the wolf had been fighting, and every one of them stopped cold. The wolf lay in a wide pool of blood beside a girl. The grass around them was flattened and drenched red. Her hair was a snarled mess. Her face smeared with blood until her features were impossible to make out. One sleeve had been shredded by the wolf's jaws, revealing bite wounds still oozing crimson. Worse, a chunk of flesh had been torn from her left calf, exposing the white gleam of bone beneath. The wolf wasn't in much better shape. Its tongue hung limp from its mouth. Blood leaked from its eyes and ears, and its throat was clamped tight in the girl's right hand, her fingers buried deep in its windpipe. The webbing between her thumb and index finger had split open from the force, blood pumping from the wound and mixing with the rest into a brutal red stain. This girl seriously fought a wolf. Li Jun's voice thickened with shock. He'd seen plenty in his time. This was a first. Shang Fu Muse strode forward, crouched, and examined her seconds later. He was back at Fu Huaishan's side. Boss. She's alive, the wolf's dead, she choked it out. Bullet wound on its hind leg, the one Li Jun hit. Fu Huaishan didn't move, his gaze burned into the girl and the dead animal. Something shifted in the depths of his dark eyes, an emotion he didn't name. 2 seconds passed. He lifted his chiseled jaw. Shang Fu Muse and Li Jun understood the silent command. They moved in to save her downstairs. In a ground floor room of the villa. 5 or 6 doctors and nurses surrounded the bed, working on Ju Qimeng. Li Jun stood watch nearby. The stables were part of the Fu family estate, reserved for elite families and high-ranking officials for emergencies. The property had a small clinic that rivaled any top private hospital. The thick, metallic scent of blood saturated the air. The procedure stretched 4 hours. The wolf's bite wounds were too many to count, and every one of them required careful stitching. When they finally finished, the lead doctor peeled off his blood-stained gloves, gave the nurses their orders, and walked over to Li Jun at the door. Assistant Li. She's out of danger. She lost a significant amount of blood, and her body was severely depleted. We've administered transfusions and stabilized her. She should wake by morning. Li Jun nodded. He'd watched the entire process. He knew exactly how bad her injuries were, but those old scars, clearly visible beneath the fresh wounds, what the hell had this girl been through? Thank you, doctor. Li Jun saw him out, then headed upstairs. He knocked once and stepped inside. Fu Huaishan sat on the sofa, legs crossed. The harsh afternoon light carved his sharp features into shadow. In his right hand, he slowly swirled a glass of red wine. Boss. She's out of danger. Li Jun reported everything he'd observed when he mentioned the wide patches of old scars covering Ju Qimeng's body. One of the man's perfect eyebrows arched. Something stirred again in those unreadable eyes. Boss. Shang Fu Muse walked in. The girl is Ju Qimeng, eldest daughter of Shen Wanzhong, Shen Corporation. Shang Fu Muse delivered the information he'd just uncovered. She came to the stables with her stepsister, went into the forest alone. Li Jun's curiosity piqued. Why would a girl go in there? No one answered. A brief silence settled over the room. After a beat, Fu Huaishan set down his glass, his lips parted. Understood. Shang Fu Muse and Li Jun exchanged a look, then bowed and exited out in the hallway. Li Jun grabbed Shang Fu Muse's arm. Hey, why do you think the boss saved her? He never even glances at women, let alone a girl chewed up by a wolf. It was true. Beautiful women threw themselves at Fu Huaishan constantly, no matter their status or the size of the gesture. He never gave them a second look. He simply wasn't interested. But today, the boss had personally stepped in, even ordered Shang Fu Muse to investigate her. That was bigger news than a nuclear bomb going off. Li Jun couldn't wrap his head around it. He stared at Shang Fu Muse, hoping for an answer. Shang Fu Muse gave him a cool look and said flatly, "The boss knows why." Then he turned and walked away, leaving Li Jun glaring at his rigid back. Li Jun fumed. "Damn it, Muse, you need to change your name to Icy McIcepence. Otherwise you're never gonna find a wife." The next morning, Ju Chimeng finally opened her eyes. She blinked at the unfamiliar room for 2 full seconds. The decor was understated but luxurious. Definitely not a hospital. She looked down at herself. Bandages wrapped her from head to toe like a bargain mummy. Her hands, her legs, even her face were hidden beneath thick gauze. Only her eyes and mouth were free. En4 dripped into each hand, clear fluid feeding into her veins. Her mind drifted back to the moments before she blacked out. She'd used every last shred of strength to squeeze the wolf's throat until it stopped moving. The beast had torn countless wounds into her, but the real reason she'd collapsed was this weak, useless body. Lucky the wolf had already been shot. With a body like this, she never would have stood a chance. But who saved me? Ju Chimeng stared up at the ceiling. More than 10 minutes passed. She used both hands to pull the 4-needle out, wincing as blood beaded at the spot. Pressing the back of her hand flat against the sheet, she held it there until the bleeding stopped. Her knuckles were wrapped in gauze and couldn't bend, so this was the only way she could get the line out. After the treatment and some rest, Yun Shu actually felt a lot better. The wound still ached, but it was nothing she couldn't ignore. She braced her shoulder against the mattress and pushed herself upright, then unwound the gauze from her hands. Now that she could move freely, she decided to leave immediately. Whoever had saved her could be a friend or an enemy. Getting out was the smartest move. Her feet had barely touched the floor when a man's startled voice came from the doorway. "What are you doing out of bed?" Yun Shu turned. 2 men stood at the door. The taller one was strikingly handsome, hands in his pockets, dark eyes fixed on her. Behind him, a man who looked like an assistant pointed at her, visibly panicked. "Hey, you can't get up. Do you have any idea how much blood you lost?" It was the assistant who'd spoken. Yun Shu waved a hand, her voice scratchy. "I'm fine." Li Jun wasn't buying it. His voice rose. "What's wrong with you? I told you, stay in bed. If our Mr. Fu hadn't taken pity on you and saved your life, you'd be..." The constant nagging made Yun Shu frowned at Fu Huaishan, silent the whole time, gave a sharp, cutting gesture. Li Jun shut his mouth instantly and stood obediently by the door with long, unhurried strides. Fu Huaishan entered the room. As he drew closer, Yun Shu felt an invisible pressure building. He stopped a meter in front of her, his tall frame towering over her like a mountain, completely dwarfing her slender figure. She looked up at him. Fu Huaishan stood with his back to the window, sunlight wrapping him in a bright halo. His perfectly tailored black suit hugged his lean frame, razor-sharp and formidable. His brows were thick and well-defined, his eyes deep and piercing, like a frozen pool you couldn't tear your gaze from. Straight nose, thin but sensual lips, a faint dimple at one corner that added a dangerous edge to his cold features. His black hair was cropped neat and crisp, showing his forehead, the ends falling just right against his neck, emphasizing that almost inhumanly handsome face. She'd seen plenty of good-looking men, but one this stunning, that was a first. What was impossible to ignore, though, was the cold, regal aura radiating off him. Meeting his dark eyes, Yun Shu's heart jolted. It was him last night, while she was unconscious, That same scrutinizing gaze had stayed on her. Who was this man? While she puzzled over it, Fu Huaishan studied her in return. He already knew who she was, but replaying the scene from yesterday, the way she had taken down that grey wolf with her bare hands, he had to admit, this was the first time a girl had ever sparked his interest. Their eyes locked. Time seemed to freeze after a beat. Yun Shu broke the silence, her voice flat. Thank you for saving my life, but you injured that grey wolf first, which made it attack me, so I'd say we're even. Fu Huaishan's expression stayed steady, but something flickered in his eyes. He straightened, a trace of a smile at his lips. Even, that's not for you to decide. Li Jun chimed in from the door. Exactly, Mr. Fu saved you, and you think you can just call it even. Shouldn't you be figuring out how to repay him? And who told you we injured that wolf? Li Jun was starting to think this eldest Miss Yun was a little off. Why would she want to cut ties with them? Yun Shu turned without hurry, her gaze landing on him. The gunpowder on your clothes. You're using a 5-round hunting rifle. Long range, but poor accuracy. After you fire, both you and the prey carry a heavy smell. That grey wolf was the same. She spoke slowly, but every word was precise. She'd known the wolf was injured the second she caught the scent on its fur. That was how she'd managed to drive it off with a single strike. Li Jun lifted his arm and sniffed, incredulous. No way, he'd changed clothes after they got back. How could she still smell it? And how the hell did she know so much about firearms? The eldest Miss Yun is certainly more interesting than the rumors suggest. Fu Huaishan's lips curved into a faint smile. This girl was growing on him more and more. He really wanted to know what was going on inside that gauze-wrapped head. The public had never known much about Yun Shu. Word was she was plain, terrible at school, weak and timid. But the woman standing in front of him now had completely shattered that image. He couldn't judge her face. It was wrapped, but those bright, clear eyes were captivating. She only reached his chest, thin and covered in scars, but beneath that fragile surface, there seemed to be an immense, quiet power he couldn't quite pin down. Yun Shu's gaze was steady, her spine straight. She showed no reaction to his words. So, are we even now? Seeing how eager she was to cut every last tie, Fu Huaishan felt a strange stir inside. His eyes darkened, his tone dropping cold. What if I still say no? She gave him a flat look, her own voice going ice cold. Then you'd better kill me right now. She didn't finish the thought. She didn't have to. It was a stark, unguarded finality, and barely concealed killing intent. It lasted only a second, but Fu Huaishan caught it, his brows pulled together, eyes narrowing. He leaned down again, his tall frame bending toward her. His voice was arctic, his gaze burning into hers. Then I'll do exactly that, kill you right now. The air around them froze. Li Jun, standing by the door, tensed. This Yun girl must have hit her head. How could she provoke the CEO like that? Should he step in and smooth things over? They'd already saved her. Killing her now would be a waste of resources. But Yun Shu stood perfectly straight. Not a single trace of fear on her face. Even facing Fu Huaishan at full fury, she held steady as a mountain. Let's see you try. No fear. Just calm. A few seconds later, Fu Huaishan suddenly gave her a very clear smile. Then he straightened up. Li Jun. Li Jun hurried over, looking tense. Mr. Fu, she's probably concussed. Don't take what she's saying. Arrange breakfast, Then take Miss Yun home, what? Yes, Ji Hongshen nearly got whiplash. 1 second the boss looked ready to kill someone. The next he was ordering breakfast. For her, it was like titans clashing. The cold fury rolling off Fu Huaishan vanished just as fast as he turned to Yun Shu, voice clipped. This is not negotiable. He walked off, his step almost cheerful. Yun Shu stared after him, thrown. Miss Yun, please wait a moment. I'll have everything ready. Ji Hongshen moved to leave. Wait. She stopped him. Make sure there's plenty of meat, fish, pork, beef, seafood, all of it no vegetables. She needed protein, and she needed it now. Ji Hongshen couldn't help himself. You a picky eater. Didn't she even worry the boss might poison her? Yun Shu held up her thin arm. Growing. Ji Hongshen had no response to that. Once he was gone, Yun Shu headed for the bathroom. She had to confirm one thing about this parallel world situation. What she actually looked like now. She unwound the gauze from her head. A pale face covered in scratches stared back. She leaned in, then exhaled slowly. Same face as her original in the parallel world, classic oval. Dark eyes that could swallow you whole, delicate features perfect. Just buried under scars and sallow skin. Once she healed, she'd look exactly like she used to. Was there some rule to this transmigration thing she hadn't figured out yet? She didn't dwell on it. She rewrapped her wounds, but this time she only covered the worst spots instead of mummifying her entire head. When Ji Hongshen returned with servants pushing a cart loaded with food, he found Yun Shu with gauze only on her forehead and right cheek. He sucked in a sharp breath. This Miss Yun was insane. What girl with a scratched-up face wouldn't want to hide it? She'd peeled off the bandages like it was nothing, showing off every mark. Did she have zero concept of beauty? Yun Shu ignored his twitching expression. Her eyes were locked on the feast. A servant parked the cart beside the bed, and she grabbed chopsticks and a bowl. Within a minute, the seafood kanji was gone. By minute 5, the heaping plate of beef was empty. 15 minutes later, the entire cart, enough to feed 3 people, had vanished into her stomach. It was a storm. Ji Hongshen and the servants stood frozen, stunned by the speed of it. What the hell had his boss brought back? A bottomless pit. Yun Shu didn't care. She needed food, she needed nutrition, and if she had to eat fast and a lot to recover, so be it. She set down her utensils, wiped her mouth, and looked at the dazed assistant. I'm full. Right this way, Miss Yun. She followed him out, moving slowly because of her injuries. Every servant and guard they passed shot her strange looks. Yesterday they dragged her in bloody and barely alive. Now she was walking. The recovery speed was insane and suspicious. Yun Shu ignored them, quietly cataloguing the villa. She was still at the equestrian estate. Based on the location, this had to be the private wing, and it was leagues beyond the room Ju Chimeng had booked. The guards were trained fighters, not decoration. That man had real power. At the entrance, a Maybach was already waiting. Ji Hongshen opened the door. Miss Yun, please. She nodded and was about to get in when a sharp voice screamed, Yun Shu. She looked up. Ju Chimeng and her best friend stood in front of the car, staring with confusion. Ju Chimeng wore heels, a tight low-cut dress, and heavy makeup, but up close, Her face screamed cheap cosmetic work. Yun Shu kept her expression blank, but inside, rage churned this woman. Not only had she killed the original body, she'd tormented her for years. In her mind, debt repayment is a matter of course. She would make Ju Chimeng pay. The girl beside Ju Chimeng was equally shocked. Chimeng, why is she here? Shouldn't she be in the woods? The moment Ju Chimeng spotted Ji Hongxian, her contempt switched to sweet flattery. She put on a saccharine voice. Assistant G.E. Hello. I'm Ju Chimeng, Yun Shu's sister. What happened to my sister? Ji Hongxian didn't answer. He glanced at Yun Shu. A silent exchange. 2 seconds later, he stepped back. Miss Yun, call me if you need anything. Then he climbed into the Maybach, and the car pulled away. Ju Chimeng couldn't believe he'd ignored her but treated that bitch with respect. Her confusion shattered into fury. Why are you here? She stepped forward, looking down at Yun Shu like she was something stuck to her shoe. Yeah, this is Mr. Fu's private estate, and you look like a wreck, already ugly, now even worse. Yang Zhu piled on, dripping with disdain. She was the plastic surgery junkie who followed Ju Chimeng around, dreaming of bagging a billionaire. She'd egged Ju Chimeng on yesterday, helping to kill the original. Yun Shu stared at them both, murder bleeding from her eyes. Ju Chimeng felt a chill crawl up her spine. Something was off, but then she remembered. For years, Yun Shu had groveled at her feet like a dog. How dare she look at her like that? Face red with fury, Ju Chimeng strode forward, raising her hand. Yun Shu, looks like you forgot the rules after a day without a beating. In a rule of law society, you think you can ignore me? Thug, let me remind you. Her scream and slap arced toward Yun Shu's face. Yang Zhu grinned, fanning the flames. Yeah, teach her a lesson. Thinks she can just waltz into Mr. Fu's villa. What a monkey show. Beat her to death. Just hearing Fu Huaishan's name was enough to throw Ju Chimeng into a frenzy. She'd spent a small fortune to sneak into this neighborhood, desperate for even a glimpse of him, and instead, this bitch strolls right out of the villa. Whatever she did inside, she wasn't walking away from it alive. You're coming with me. Ju Chimeng hissed at her friend, madness flaring in her eyes. Fine by me. Mu Yun lunged straight at Yun Shu. Yun Shu watched them charge, a cold murderous glint in her gaze. If the original owner of this body had been standing here, those two would have beaten her to death for sure, but she wasn't that girl. And she had zero intention of taking this lying down. When the slaps came flying, Yun Shu didn't back up. She surged forward, grabbing both wrists at lightning speed. Yun Shu, how dare you? You're dead. Ju Chimeng and Mu Yun both shrieked, but before they could finish, Yun Shu yanked down hard. Crack, crack, 2 clean fractures echoed through the air. Screams tore from their throats. Yun Shu snapped an elbow into Mu Yun's botched chin, shattering teeth. She released her, then drove a side kick straight into Mu Yun's silicone-enhanced chest. Mu Yun crumpled to the ground, out cold. Still clutching her broken hand, Ju Chimeng swung her bag. You're a dead woman today, Yun Shu. She never got the swing off. Yun Shu's foot slammed into her stomach, launching her backward like a broken doll. She hit the ground and writhed in agony. Yun Shu stood over her, icy calm. Ju Chimeng, I'd forgotten your little rules. Let me teach you mine. The exertion had split open several wounds, blood seeped through her clothes, making her look like a demon straight out of a nightmare. Terrified, Ju Chimeng tried to crawl away. Yun Shu grabbed her by the perfectly styled hair, yanking her to a brutal stop. "Help! Somebody help me!" Pain ripped across her scalp, her face went white, sweat beading on her forehead. "You like pulling my hair, let's switch." Yun Shu's voice remained flat, merciless. She dragged Ju Chimeng over to Mu Yun's unconscious body and dropped her. "Whoa, my hair!" Ju Chimeng sobbed, staring at the clumps scattered across the ground. Hatred boiled in her eyes. "Yun Shu, if you lay another hand on me, I'll slap 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 slap." Yun Shu obliged, her palm landing again and again. The sharp, clean cracks cut through the air. Every blow carried her full force, whipping Ju Chimeng's head back and forth. After 50 slaps, Yun Shu stopped. "Whoa, I'm telling father." Ju Chimeng bawled, her face a swollen, unrecognizable mess. "You said those slaps were for my own good. Well, now I'm doing it for yours, so why would you go tattle?" Yun Shu's voice dripped with mockery. "Tit for tat. You." Ju Chimeng pointed a trembling finger at her. Yun Shu didn't hesitate. She stomped down on that hand. "Ah, my hand. First rule. Don't point. It's rude." She pressed down harder with each word. Ju Chimeng couldn't even scream anymore. The pain was swallowing her whole. Yun Shu felt no pity. In her world, no one ever dared disrespect her, and these two were learning exactly why. "That's your first lesson from now on. You show me respect, step out of line again, and I'll beat you senseless every single time I see you." A wave of raw killing intent washed over Ju Chimeng. Yun Shu's gaze, cold as ice, locked onto her. Ju Chimeng trembled, every trace of arrogance gone. She whimpered, too terrified to speak. She couldn't process it. The same weak girl she'd terrorized just yesterday had beaten her nearly unconscious like it was nothing. As the top mercenary in the X-world, Yun Shu's strength was unquestionable. And these two plastic surgery disasters had dared to scream at her, insult her. They'd been begging for death. "Miss Yun, let me handle it from here. You need to get those wounds dressed." Li Jun appeared at the perfect moment. This time, there was no exasperation in his eyes, only respect. Who knew the crazy, picky Miss Yun could take on 2 attackers while injured and still dominate? Watching that Payback had been extremely satisfying. Clean, precise, ruthless. Yun Shu glanced down at her reopened wounds. "A few moves and I'm already like this, pathetic." "Thanks." She walked back into the villa. Li Jun nodded, then signaled the bodyguards to drag the 2 women away. As she re-entered, the staff stared again. Carried in yesterday, walked out this morning, and now she was back with fresh blood staining her clothes. What was going on with this girl? She reached her door and found the man sitting on the couch, his face glacial. "Quite the fighter." His voice was low, edged with anger. Yun Shu stepped in calmly. "Not bad." He rose abruptly, his tall frame looming, but the moment he saw the blood seeping through her bandages, his eyes darkened, his lips parted as if he might say more, then stopped. "Bandage her." "Yes, sir." The waiting doctor and nurse rushed forward, working efficiently. Yun Shu closed her eyes like it was nothing, not a single groan escaping her lips, as if a needle and thread weren't stitching her skin. Half an hour later, wrapped in fresh bandages, she walked out. A black Rolls-Royce waited at the entrance. Lee Jun standing by the door. When he saw her, he opened it immediately. "Miss Yun, please." "Thanks." Yun Shu got in. A tall figure stood motionless by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor. His sharp gaze cut through the glass and locked onto Yun Shu below. She was struggling, but every step was steady. Unshakable. Fu Huaishan watched, expressionless. In spite of himself, his mind replayed her image, every move, every word. Even the way she threw that punch. It looped like a film reel. Slowly, the corner of his usually unreadable mouth curved upward. The car rolled into the villa district. 200 meters from the gate, Yun Shu asked to get out. Li Jun handed her an elegant box. "Miss Yun, this is from the young master." Yun Shu raised an eyebrow at the box, then shook her head. "No thanks. I didn't earn it, and I can't afford to owe him." She wasn't joking. As the eldest daughter, she'd never seen a cent of allowance. The clothes on her back were Ju Chimeng's hand-me-downs. The only thing she'd never had to beg for was food. Li Jun's expression tightened. "Miss Yun, it's just ointment. You won't owe anything," the young master said. "If you refuse, I'm not allowed to come back. Please, just take it. Help me out here." Yun Shu considered for a second, then took the box. "Fine, tell him thanks for me. Goodbye." "Thank you, Miss Yun. Goodbye." Lee Jun let out a relieved breath. She headed toward the house. The maid who opened the door stared, stunned. It was summer. Yun Shu wore a white short-sleeved casual top and pants, and her bare arms and neck were wrapped in bandages. Bruises and cuts marked her face. After a beat, the maid simply turned and walked away. Yun Shu stepped inside. The living room was empty except for 3 maids cleaning. None of them even glanced at her. They just kept working. Shu Zongyuan and Yang Zhu were still on vacation. Ju Chimeng was in the hospital, probably for a while. And the so-called family heir, Shen Yishuan, was likely out drowning himself in booze and women. In the original owner's memories, her room was on the first floor, next to the maid's quarters. Everyone else lived on the second and third floors. Yun Shu paused, then headed for the stairs. One maid spotted her and yelled, "Hey, where do you think you're going? You can't go up there." The other 2 looked over. Yun Shu climbed 2 steps, then turned to face the shouting maid. "I can't?" It was a question, but her tone was ice. The maid threw down her towel and strode over, aggressive. "That's right, the second floor isn't for you." Yun Shu stood calm, studied the maid for a moment, then smiled, a strange, chilling smile on her bruised face. It sent a shiver down the spine. The maid flinched but recovered quickly. "Get down." She reached out and grabbed for Yun Shu. Her fingers never touched a single thread of fabric. Beam. A heavy thud. The maid crashed 5 meters away against the corner of a sofa, her body a crumpled heap. Oh! She curled up, groaning, her waist screaming from the kick. Yun Shu had sent her flying. "I'll tell the madam. You. Clang. A sharp crack. Yun Shu flicked her hand, and a small ornament from the stair railing slammed into the maid's mouth. Blood trickled from her lips. Terrified, she clamped a hand over them. The other 2 maids finally snapped out of their shock, shrieking. Yun Shu's cold, dark eyes swept across them. They clamped their mouths shut, trembling. You're this family's maids, if you can't tell the difference between master and servant, she's your example. She tilted her chin toward the blooded, terrified maid. Her voice was frigid, carrying absolute authority. The maids were petrified. What had happened to Yun Shu? She'd walked out and come back a completely different person. Second floor, Ju Chiming's room. Yun Shu kicked the door open and walked inside. A moment later, the crash of shattering objects began. Half an hour later, when the noise finally stopped, the maids crept upstairs to check. Outside the door, Ju Chiming's prized clothes, bags, and cosmetics lay heaped like trash. Yun Shu scanned the room. Satisfied there was no more garbage, she headed for the bathroom. After a shower, she applied the ointment, changed into clean clothes, and lay down on the bed to rest. The club, the capital's top tier entertainment venue, its dome was crafted from 24K gold, glittering with endless luxury. Every detail was exquisite, the ultimate experience. But entry into the club wasn't about money, though the prices were astronomical. Only those from top-tier families or with real power set foot inside. Huaishan entered through the private entrance. The manager greeted him with a wide smile. "Young Master Fu, good evening. Young Masters Luo and son have already arrived." Fu Huaishan nodded. The manager pushed open the room door. Fu Huaishan strode in with long steps. "Fu, we've been waiting forever," Luo Juncheng drawled from the sofa, grinning. Beside him, Sun Haochen had his shirt half open. "Yeah, showing up this late, trying to drink away the tab?" Fu Huaishan shrugged off his suit jacket. Li Jun took it and stepped back. He sat down, grabbed the glass in front of him, and downed it in one go. "Now that's what I'm talking about." Sun Haochen sat up, grinning. "Come on, let's all drink. It's been way too long." Luo Juncheng raised his glass. "Cheers. We haven't hung out in ages." They clinked glasses. "Yeah, bro, Huaishan went to Europe for 2 weeks, you went to America for a week, and left me all alone in the city," Sun Haochen complained like a neglected wife. "Give me a break. Alone? I'm amazed you didn't party yourself into a coma," Luo Juncheng shot back. Knowing his friend too well, "How could I? I didn't even leave the house while you guys were gone." "Didn't leave the house? Then who rear-ended someone last week? A dog?" Fu Huaishan said flatly. "Ha ha ha, exactly. It wasn't you. It was the dog who rear-ended someone," Luo Juncheng howled. Even Fu Huaishan's face showed a clear smile. "Seriously? You guys are no fun." "Interesting. How could it not be?" Ji Hongxian loved watching Shangfu Muse squirm. "Tsk." Shangfu Muse rolled his eyes. Fu Huaishan raised his glass, and the three of them started drinking, vowing to drink till they dropped. They had grown up together, heirs to the 4 major families in the imperial capital. Their bond ran deep. They'd faced life and death situations side by side. Sure, Ji Hongxian and Shangfu Muse acted like they didn't have a serious bone in their bodies, but alone, each was a heavyweight in military and political circles. A few drinks in, the banter ramped up. Ji Hongxian glanced at Shangfu Muse, who was busy texting. "What's this? New girlfriend already? Pretty sure that wasn't last week's profile pic. Dude, when have you ever seen me with a girlfriend? Where's the new coming from?" Shangfu Muse, a lightweight, was already feeling the booze. Shangfu Muse was the capital's notorious playboy. He'd been with thousands of women, maybe not 10,000, but close. And yet the guy refused to admit he actually dated anyone. Ji Hongshuan's take. He was a total man whore. Fine. No new girl. No dating. You're just a womanizer. Ji gave up and turned to Fu Huaishan. Hey, Huaishan, my little sister's coming back the day after tomorrow. Want to meet her? He sounded like a matchmaker. Fu Huaishan was the only one of the three who'd never been with a woman, so the other two made it their mission to drag him into the world of dating. Shangfu Mu's ears perked up. He put down his phone and leaned in. Oh yeah, I remember Hongshuan's sister being gorgeous. If we could make this a family thing. Damn, Hongshan, you'd be unstoppable. I just wanted Huaishan to meet her. Where's your head at? Ji Hongshan shot him a dirty look. What? It's true. They went back and forth, their voices rising. Fu Huaishan looked at both of them, then set his glass down. No need. No need for what? You really think Master Fu's gonna let you stay single forever? Shangfu Muse shot back. Master Fu had two sons. Fu Huaishan's father, the eldest, died in a car crash 10 years ago along with his wife. That left Fu Huaishan as the only child, and getting his grandson settled down became the old man's biggest obsession. Whenever he saw Ji Hongshan and Shangfu Muse, he'd remind them to find him a granddaughter-in-law, but Fu Huaishan showed zero interest in women. It was hopeless. Don't bring it up again. I have my own plans. Shangfu Muse opened his mouth to argue but stopped. That line caught him off guard. His own plans? Could it be? Ji Hongshan and Shangfu Muse exchanged a look, then said in unison, "Who's our sister-in-law?" But the man in question didn't bother answering. He just sank back into the sofa, silent. Ju Chiming slept like a log. When she woke up, it was already 6 in the evening. She called downstairs to order dinner, and a servant brought up a lavish meal. After the incident at noon, the household staff didn't dare disrespect her. If anything, they were terrified. The servant she'd hit had been sent to the hospital, badly injured, reportedly. The rest tiptoed around, afraid she'd come for them next. After stuffing herself, Ju Chiming lay on the bed and started reviewing the original owner's life and studies. At T5 in the morning, before dawn, Ju Chiming went for ARUN. By the time the servants got up for work, she'd already been exercising for 2 hours. She went back to her room, showered, and came down for breakfast. After wolfing down 3 steaks, 5 eggs, 2 pieces of toast, and a tall glass of milk, she returned to her room. The servant stared at the empty plates, stunned for a solid minute. Back in her room, Ju Chiming dropped to the floor and started doing push-ups. This body was too weak. She couldn't stop training. It was summer break, so no school. She needed to use this time to get her body back in shape. According to the original owner's memories, school was the second thing she feared most. The first, of course, was Yun Shu and her 2 children. After 50 push-ups, she rested for 10 minutes, then moved on to horse stance. For 3 straight days, Ju Chiming worked out from before dawn until dark. At tea meals, she ate like a beast. The servants had gotten used to her appetite and no longer stared. On the 4th day at noon, she'd just finished lunch and was heading back to her room when a furious roar erupted behind her. "You little beast, how dare you hit Mu Yun?" It was Shen Wanzhong and Yang Zhu, Back home. A cold glint flashed in Ju Chimeng's eyes. She turned to face them, expression icy. Shen Wanzhong strode toward her, Yang Zhu following behind, her face streaked with tears. He raised his hand to strike, but Ju Chimeng caught his wrist. Shen Wanzhong, if I'm a little beast, doesn't that make you an old one? Bit disappointing you'd stoop so low. Her tone was flat, but the mockery cut deep. Shen Wanzhong couldn't believe she'd blocked him. Now she was insulting him, rage consumed him. He glared at her like he wanted to swallow her whole. Ju Chimeng shoved his hand away and dusted herself off in disgust. Chimeng, if Mu Yun did something wrong, you could have told me. Why did you beat her like that? Yang Zhu stepped forward, her voice trembling with fake grievance. Exactly. You're the older one. Don't you know how to yield? Shen Wanzhong slammed his hand on the dining table, rattling the dishes. Ju Chimeng stood there, calm and unruffled. Not a trace of guilt on her face. Shen Wanzhong, for someone who's a company chairman, your judgment is terrible. In a rule of law society, debt repayment is a matter of course. What did you say? He was about to explode. His own daughter, calling him out. Ju Chimeng's cold gaze landed on Yang Zhu's venomous face before she raised her voice. I said you're blind. You married this woman. You only see that I hit Mu Yun. But where were you all those years when her mother and her two brats abused and tormented me? Shen Wanzhong clearly didn't believe her. Impossible, your mother wouldn't do that. And Mu Yun has always been polite and well behaved. She'd never do those things. TSK. I said you were blind, and you still don't get it. Without another word, Ju Chimeng rolled up her sleeves and pant legs, exposing the scars covering her limbs. The scar cream had faded some, but most were still starkly visible. Chairman Shen, are you going to tell me I did this to myself? Look at the marks. How deep do you think the injuries had to be to leave scars like these? Shen Wanzhong couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes went wide with shock as he turned to Yang Zhu. Panic flickered across her face, but she quickly forced out tears. Wanzhong, we never did that. You have to believe me. She cried as she spoke, the picture of innocence. This little bitch hadn't talked back. Not once. Over a decade of silence. So what the hell had gotten into her today? And those bruises, fresh, obvious. Shen Wanzhong would notice. Maybe he'd never spared Yun Shu a second glance, but she was still his blood. If Ju Chimeng didn't strangle this right now, the cracks in their marriage would never fully seal. Wanzhong, you have to believe me. I've always treated Yun Shu like my own daughter. Ju Chimeng forced her voice steady, but her glare at Yun Shu was pure venom. A warning, keep your mouth shut. The Yun Shu standing here now wasn't the old one. That glare hit nothing but air. Before Shen Wanzhong could get a word out, Yun Shu cut in. Like your own? Then explain something. Show me one time you ever treated Mu Yun this way. Did you feed her leftovers, too? Dress her in rags while Mu Yun wore custom? Did you make her finish Shen Yishuan's homework, scrub the entire house, and let him ride her like a damn pony? Did you hit her on good days? Hit her harder on bad ones? Did you tell the maids they could order her around however they felt? So tell me, stepmother, which part of that looks like treating her like your own? No, I never. None of that happened. Ju Chimeng's voice pitched higher. Are you saying Mu Yun and I hit you? Fine, this house has cameras everywhere. Pull the footage. She was going to flip this completely, and no way in hell was she giving Yun Shu an inch. At the word cameras, Shen Wanzhong's expression sharpened. Right. Let's check the footage. Don't bother, you already deleted it. Yun Shu's gaze locked onto Zhu Qimeng, who was fighting to keep the smugness off her face. Exactly. She'd deleted it herself, that was the only reason she dared suggest it, but Yun Shu's next words hit like ice water down her spine. Too bad you're an idiot. You only deleted the moments when the hits landed. Which means you left evidence behind. Shen Wanzhong, pull the footage. 5 days ago, backyard, 2:20 p.m. Check the 40-minute mark. 7 days ago, first floor dining room, 9:15 a.m. 15-minute mark. 11 days ago, garden path, south side heading north, 1:50 p.m. 9 minutes and 20 seconds in. 15 days ago, second floor hallway, 11:00 p.m. 26 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll stop there for now, any more and you won't remember them all. Yun Shu rattled off the times and locations like she was reciting the alphabet. Every date, every place, every single beating, every humiliation, all of it burned into her memory with surgical precision. Shen Wanzhong's expression shifted as she spoke. By the time he looked at her again, something heavy and complicated had settled behind his eyes. Zhu Qimeng couldn't breathe. She remembered everything, every detail. She should have wiped the whole drive, not just the moments where fists met skin. Panic clawed up her throat. She shoved it down. No visible cracks. She clutched her chest suddenly, her face twisting in distress. Ah, my heart, it hurts. And then, smooth as stage acting, she crumpled, eyes fluttering shut. Shen Wanzhong didn't see it coming. His arms shot out and caught her. Qimeng, what's wrong? Yun Shu watched the performance with a cold sneer. Impeccable timing. Shen Wanzhong opened his mouth like he wanted to say something, then stopped. Done. She was done with both of them. Yun Shu turned and walked back to her room without looking back. In the study, Shen Wanzhong sat with his reading glasses on, staring at the screen as the video files played one after another. He checked every single time and location Yun Shu had named. Exactly like she'd said, every clip was missing. The timeline was riddled with gaps. Nothing matched. The footage that should have been there simply wasn't. Had Yun Shu really been living like this all these years? The image of those bruises and scars surfaced again, and guilt pressed down on his chest, heavier than he expected. He and Yun Shu's mother had loved each other. He'd been a nobody back then, a kid with empty pockets. She was the youngest daughter of a wealthy family, and she'd cut every tie to be with him. They'd married, built a company together. The business exploded. They had Yun Shu, but he'd been young and stupid, made a mistake, got tangled up with Zhu Qimeng. When his wife found out about the affair, she withered, just faded, died, leaving him with their daughter. Looking back now, he'd been a pathetic excuse for a father. He never checked on her. And after everything that happened today, he hadn't even asked what led up to it before he was ready to beat her to death. He pulled off his glasses and sank into the chair, exhaustion settling in his bones. The way Yun Shu had spoken today, the way she'd held herself. It kept looping in his mind. And then he thought about all the years before. He couldn't stop the thought from forming. That daughter who'd always been invisible, who couldn't even meet his eyes, who practically disappeared into the walls. When had she become someone else entirely? Every word, every move. He saw his late wife in all of it in the master bedroom. Ju Chiming lay wide awake. She hadn't actually passed out. Obviously, she glanced at the empty space beside her. It was late. Shen Wanzhong still hadn't come back. That never happened. An uneasy thought slithered through her mind. She got up and left the room. Knock, knock. She rapped on the study door. A long pause before his voice finally answered. Ju Chiming stepped inside. The first thing she saw was the video footage pulled up on the desk. Just as she'd suspected. He was checking the cameras. Pretending she hadn't noticed a thing, she walked over, keeping her voice gentle. "Honey, it's late, come to bed." Shen Wanzhong finally looked up at her. His gaze was sharp, weighing something. The silence stretched long enough that Ju Chiming's skin started to crawl. Then he spoke, voice cold. "Ju Chiming, Yun Shu is my daughter." Hearing her full name made her heart drop. He hadn't called her that in years. What the hell was this? But she couldn't show weakness. She stepped closer, arranging her face into delayed guilt. "Honey, I already talked to Mu Yun." She admitted it. "She gets out of line sometimes." I deleted the footage without knowing what really happened. "It's my fault." I didn't discipline her properly. "But I promise you it won't happen again. There are 3 children in this house, plus all the household responsibilities. It's a lot to manage." Her voice cracked, and tears welled up right on cue. She looked like she was about to shatter. She was reminding him, 3 kids, an entire household. Of course things would slip through the cracks. Shen Wanzhong watched her. He was still upset, but thinking about everything she'd done for him over the years. His heart softened. He stood and wrapped his arms around her, voice warmer now. "I still need you to run this house, thank you." Ju Chiming buried her face against his chest, sobbing like she was the victim, but inside, she knew the fact that he'd said even that much meant he'd already forgiven her. As for that bitch, she had plenty of ways to deal with her. The next morning, Yun Shu finished her run and walked into the living room. Fu Huaishan was already up. She didn't just refuse to talk to him. She refused to even look at him, but he spoke first. "Been running?" "Yeah." "Let's have breakfast together." "No thanks." The last thing she wanted was to eat with her deadbeat dad and lose her appetite. "I need to talk to you." His voice actually held a note of sincerity. Yun Shu gave him a long look, then headed for the dining room without another word. A maid set out breakfast. Yun Shu grabbed a roll and tore off a huge bite. "Say what you need to say. I've got things to do." Fu Huaishan had planned to ease into a real conversation, maybe show some fatherly concern. Her cold dismissal shut that down instantly. I wasn't there for you before. I know that was wrong. I told your mother, your stepmother, that things will be different from now on." Yun Shu held up a hand. "Stop. She's not my mother. I don't claim her. Ju Chiming as a mother, that was a joke." And now he wanted to apologize. A little late for that. She finished the roll, picked up her knife and fork, and started on the meat. Fu Huaishan saw she had zero interest in his words. He pulled a red envelope from his pocket and slid it across the table. "Buy yourself something nice." Yun Shu glanced at the envelope, pocketed it without a flicker of expression. Fu Huaishan didn't know what else to say. Watching her wolf down her food only deepened the guilt gnawing at his gut. Slow down. There's no rush. Why wouldn't I rush? It's not like I ever got to eat like this before. She swallowed the meat and attacked the eggs. You want to feel guilty? I'll make sure you drown in it. The look on his face confirmed she'd hit her mark. He looked completely wrecked. By the end of breakfast, Yun Shu felt great. Fu Huaishan felt like garbage. For the first time in his life, the workaholic skipped the office. He wanted to bond with his daughter, but she stayed in her room all day, and the maid brought lunch up. Yun Shu only came down for dinner. At the table, Ju Chiming eagerly heaped food onto Yun Shu's plate, spouting sugary sweet nothings. Yun Shu ignored her completely. Every bite Ju Chiming gave her ended up dumped into Fu Huaishan's bowl. After the third time, Fu Huaishan told Ju Chiming to stop. He glanced around, then asked, "Where's Huaishan? We got back yesterday and he wasn't here. He's still gone today. Where did he go?" Ju Chiming flinched. She'd been trying to reach her son all day, phone off. No answer. She'd hoped Fu Huaishan would be too distracted by his daughter's sudden reappearance to ask. No such luck. She fell back on her usual lies. His school organized a holiday study trip. He went off with the teachers. He should be back soon, I think. She speared a piece of braised meat and held it up. "Try this, I made it myself." Fu Huaishan leaned in to take a bite. A sharp laugh cut through the air. Both of them turned. "Yun Shu, what's wrong?" Fu Huaishan set down his chopsticks. She waved a hand. "Nothing. I'm just curious. Since when do study trips involve going to a club?" Her eyes locked onto Ju Chiming, brimming with challenge. "What did you say?" Fu Huaishan caught on immediately, his voice rising. He wheeled on Ju Chiming, eyes blazing. "Is that true? Is that kid in a club?" Fu Huaishan was a successful businessman, and he'd pinned all his hopes on Ji Hongxian as his heir. Education was everything. Hearing that his son was in a club instead of studying ignited his fury. Ju Chiming waved frantically. "No, honey, listen to me. Hongxian is ONE Club on the Second Ring Road, room 666. Yun Shu cut her off, the address landing like a bomb. Ju Chiming had no escape now. Her face white, she grabbed Fu Huaishan's arm. "Honey, he really is on the study trip. He doesn't even drink. Why would he be at a club? Go see for yourself. Why argue about it here?" Yun Shu leaned back in her chair, looking perfectly at ease. Fu Huaishan trusted Yun Shu's word. He shoved Ju Chiming's hand away. "Driver, get the car." He stormed out of the dining room, face dark. Ju Chiming ran after him, but he wouldn't let her come. She doubled back. "Yun Shu, if anything happens to my son, I'll make you pay," she snarled. With Fu Huaishan gone, the mask slipped. Yun Shu got up lazily, a smirk curling her lips. "Oh, really? Show me how you'll make me pay." Her taunting tone pushed Ju Chiming over the edge. "You little bye." She never finished. A hard slap cracked across her face, sending her sprawling to the floor as she screamed, scrambling to fight back. Another scream tore from her throat, more savage this time. Yun Shu's foot connected with Ju Chiming's mouth. Blood poured out. If Yun Shu hadn't pulled the kick, Ju Chiming would be shopping for dentures tonight. She stepped closer, looking down at the woman clutching her bloody face. "So this is Why Xiao, you kept ending up bruised? She had a mother like you. With a role model like this, no wonder she went wrong. Yun Shu shook her head in mock pity. You deserved that. You. Zhu Qimeng stared up at her. The cold, sharp eyes were terrifying. Yun Shu had completely changed. Aren't you afraid I'll tell your father? She struggled to sit up, refusing to admit how shaken she was. Yun Shu looked down at her, dead serious. No, I'm not. Go right ahead. Her eyes went icy. Tell him once, and I hit you once. Zhu Qimeng's throat sealed shut. This Yun Shu was a monster. That thought screamed in her head, but the words wouldn't come. Done with the scheming witch, Yun Shu turned and headed upstairs. In her room, she pulled out the diary that had belonged to the original owner. She flipped to a page, took out a pen, and checked the box. The diary entry recounted the day Yun Shu had been slapped by Zhu Qimeng for accidentally letting slip that Fu Xingyao had skipped class. Yun Shu closed the diary, walked to the desk, and opened her laptop. A few keystrokes later, the security feed from a bar popped up on screen. Right on cue, she watched Fu Huaishan storm into the bar with his driver as the top mercenary in the parallel world. Hacking into a system to pull up someone's info was child's play. Not long after, Fu Huaishan dragged a drunken Fu Xingyao back home. All hell broke loose downstairs. Zhu Qimeng begging for mercy. Fu Xingyao's drunken rambling. Fu Huaishan's explosive rage. The whole scene was a glorious mess. The next morning, when Yun Shu came downstairs to exercise, she spotted a maid cleaning up. Good morning, Miss Yun. The maid greeted. Yun Shu glanced at the trashed living room. What happened here? Last night, the master was so angry he hit the young master and made him kneel until dawn. Madam just took him to rest, so I'm tidying up early. So Fu Huaishan, who pushed his son to succeed, had finally snapped, made him kneel all night. This was only the beginning. Zhu Qimeng. Your good days are just getting started. Yun Shu looked at the scattered porcelain shards, then at the maid's bare hands. Put on some gloves. The young maid's heart warmed. The cold, aloof eldest daughter actually cared about her. That afternoon, Yun Shu was working out in her room when she heard a knock. She opened the door to find the maid from earlier. Miss Yun, there's a gentleman downstairs asking for you. He says his surname is Ge. Yun Shu raised an eyebrow. Okay, let me change and I'll be right down. Ji Hongxian stood up from the sofa the moment he saw her. Good afternoon, Miss Yun. What do you need? Ji Hongxian picked up several gift bags from the table. Miss Yun, the eldest young master asked me to deliver these to you. Yun Shu frowned at the luxury brand bags. Seeing her hesitation, Ji Hongxian pulled a gold-embossed invitation from his suit pocket. Please do us the honor, Miss Yun. When she still didn't take them, he shoved everything into her arms and strode away. I apologize, Miss Yun, but I have urgent business. By the time she looked up, he was already gone from the Fu residence. First time she'd ever seen anyone deliver gifts quite like that. Xingyue, who was that? Fu Huaishan's voice came from the stairs, Zhu Qimeng trailing behind him. Something about the man's back had looked familiar. Someone delivering gifts, Yun Shu said flatly. Gifts? He knew Fu Xingyao got presents from friends, but someone sending gifts for Yun Shu, that was a first. Seeing Fu Huaishan's confusion, Zhu Qimeng chimed in. Oh, Xingyue's a grown girl now, nothing strange about getting gifts. She paused, though I've never seen that man before. Zhu Qimeng stressed the word man, and sure enough, Fu Huaishan's brow furrowed that he might not feel much fatherly affection for Yun Shu, but fathers were always sensitive about the men around their daughters. Xingyue, Fu Huaishan said earnestly, you're still young. Be careful with certain men. Your father's right, Zhu Qimeng added quickly, a hint of grievance in her voice. You may not like hearing from me, but you should listen to him. Her precious son had been beaten black and blue last night because of that little bitch. If she didn't get revenge, her name wasn't Zhu Qimeng. Catching the insinuation, Yun Shu slung the gift bags over her shoulder and replied meaningfully, I really should learn from you when it comes to dealing with men. She gave Zhu Qimeng a pointed look. After all, you and your cousin are so close. Zhu Qimeng's skin crawled under Yun Shu's sickly sweet tone, playing innocent. She'd been there, done that. Just as expected, Fu Huaishan's suspicious gaze swept over Zhu Qimeng. Yun Shu had only received gifts from a stranger, but Zhu Qimeng and her cousin met far too often. With a scoff, Yun Shu headed upstairs. She already knew the script. Zhu Qimeng would explain, beg, play the victim, no need to watch the rerun. In her room, Yun Shu opened the gift bags. Inside, a luxurious cocktail dress, 2 bottles of scar cream, and an assortment of delicious dried meat. The invitation read in bold, powerful handwriting, Fu family patriarch's birthday banquet, the day after tomorrow. She set the other items aside, grabbed the dried meat, and dug in. She couldn't resist her meat obsession anyway. Fu Corporation. The colossal business empire stood at the city center's prime location, a landmark in the skyline. The 66-story building gleamed among its surroundings. During work hours, the group was a hive of activity. Employees bustled between departments, phone rings, keyboard clacks, and chatter blended into a steady hum. But on the top floor, the atmosphere was completely different. Fu Xingzi sat in his leather chair, reviewing documents with icy composure. The office was deathly quiet, broken only by the scratch of his pen. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, painting the room in gold. The warm rays fell across Fu Xingzi's chiseled features, accentuating his sharp angles. His deep eyes glittered in the light, revealing the fierce intensity within. A knock. Ji Hongxian entered. Boss, I've delivered the items to Miss Yun. She didn't refuse. Recalling how he'd practically dumped the bags on her, he had to congratulate himself on his genius. Hearing that she accepted, Fu Xingzi lifted his head, a flicker of warmth in his gaze. After a few seconds, he said lowly, take the rest of the day off. Thank you, boss. Ji Hongxian shot a triumphant look at Li Jun, who ignored him completely. One more thing, boss, Ji Hongxian added, the Chen family is planning to make trouble for Miss Yun. He'd just received the intel. After all, Yun Shu had knocked them back down to earth. Trouble was inevitable. This time, Fu Xingzi didn't look up. He simply said coldly, cancel your leave. What? Ji Hongxian yelped. How did reporting one piece of news get his day off revoked? Understood, boss. Not daring to ask, he could only slink away, defeated. As soon as Shangfu Muse stepped out of the office, Ji Hongxian grabbed his arm and pulled him aside. What's going on with him? First he gives me vacation, then he snatches it back. None of it made sense. Shangfu Muse shot him a look of pure disgust. He wants you to deal with the Han family situation. So that's what this is about. Ji Hongxian finally connected the dots. Fine. He'd learned the pattern by now. Every single time Miss Yun was involved, his break was right around the corner. The next day, Zhu Qiming came home from the hospital. Yun Shu heard the commotion downstairs and headed down, a trace of amusement flickering across her face. Mom, why do I have to switch rooms? Why can't she be the one who moves? Zhu Qiming's arm was still in a cast, and the rage tightening her chest made it hard to breathe. She'd assumed her parents would take her side the second she walked through the door. Instead, her father told her to keep her temper under control. Her room had been stolen, and she wasn't even allowed to demand it back. It was infuriating. Yang Zhu rubbed her daughter's good arm, her voice low and soothing. Baby, just be patient, give it a little time. We'll find our opening. Your father already knows what we did to her before. You can't act out right now. I don't care, I want my room back. Zhu Qiming was past listening. She'd always been the one doing the bullying in this house. She had never been humiliated like this. Sweetheart, just listen to you want the room. Ah. Yang Zhu's gentle coaxing was sliced clean through by a cold voice behind them. She jumped. Zhu Qiming spotted Yun Shu and instinctively shrank behind her mother. Yun Shu stood with her hands clasped behind her back, a smile on her face. It sent a chill straight down Yang Zhu's spine. Her daughters, too. Yun Shu, don't get so full of yourself. Zhu Qiming's voice wobbled between hatred and fear. After all, she'd been beaten black and blue. I'm not full of myself. I'm just asking. Do you want your room? Yun Shu walked over to the sofa and sat down. She picked up an apple and a paring knife from the table, peeling it with casual ease as she spoke. So what if I do? Zhu Qiming edged out from behind her mother. She was home now. Her mom was right there to protect her. There was no way Yun Shu would dare try anything. What Zhu Qiming didn't know was that her doting mother had already been handled by Yun Shu the night before. Yun Shu glanced up at Zhu Qiming, her tone flat. You want the room? Too bad. She laughed, bright and completely unrestrained. Ha ha. You. Zhu Qiming lunged forward to hit her but yanked her leg back at the last second. She'd been terrified beyond reason that day. Her body still ached everywhere. Yang Zhu's hatred for Yun Shu ran just as deep, but she had far more self-control than her daughter. She pulled herself together quickly and tugged Zhu Qiming along. Come on. Let's go to our room. She knew she couldn't face Yun Shu head-on right now, but if she waited, her chance would come. Yun Shu watched the mother-daughter pair retreat in silent fury, then took a huge bite of the peeled apple crunch. Sweet. Back in her room, Zhu Qiming fumed. She snatched up her phone and made a call. Hey, duo. What's going on, Qiming? Yesterday you said your family would take care of Yun Shu. So, when are they making their move? The two had been in the same hospital the day before and agreed the Han family would step in and destroy Yun Shu. Now she couldn't wait a single second longer. On the other end of the line, Han Duoduo's voice shifted the instant she heard Yun Shu's name. Sure, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? Han Duo cupped her hand around the phone. What's wrong? You told me your dad promised to avenge you. Ju Chimeng did not lower her voice. What are you so scared of? Ju Chimeng, we're best friends. Take my advice. Stop trying to get revenge on Yun Shu. As for everything else, I can't say any more. I have to go. Han Duo hung up in a rush, confused. Ju Chimeng tried calling her back, but the phone was already off. TCH coward. You're just scared because she hit you. You're scared. I'm not. Han Duo, we're done. Ju Chimeng shouted at the dead line. A little while later, she slipped into her younger brother Fu Xingyao's room and stayed there a long time. That evening, Shen Wanzhong came home from work an hour earlier than usual. Before dinner, he called everyone to the living room. And he made a point of going upstairs himself to invite Yun Shu down. Shen Wanzhong sat at the head of the sofa. Yun Shu lounged in the seat just below him. Yang Zhu and her two children sat directly across from them. Everyone's here. I have something to say. Shen Wanzhong's face was stern. You are all my children. I will not let the past repeat itself. Your siblings. Before he could finish, Fu Xingyao shouted across the room. Who's her sibling? She's an idiot. Beside him, Ju Chimeng shot Yun Shu a defiant smirk. Dad cares about you now, right? Let's see how long that lasts after you cross his precious air. You little, what did you just say to me? Shen Wanzhong slammed his palm against the arm of the solid wood sofa. The crack echoed through the room. Xingyao, don't talk nonsense. Yun Shu is your sister. Yang Zhu grabbed Fu Xingyao's hand, signaling him with her eyes. The furious boy ignored her completely. I said she's an idiot. Wet the bed at 10 years old, dead last in her class every single year. So ugly I'm embarrassed to admit we're related. I don't want a sister like that. Ju Chimeng is my one and only real sister. Fu Xingyao fired off every insult, each one aimed squarely at Yun Shu. Shen Wanzhong shot to his feet, pointing at him. Shut your mouth. Xingyao, sit down. Do not speak to your father that way. No, I will not claim her as a Shen. So that's why Dad caught him drinking. The ugly one snitched, and she bullied his sister and stole her room. If he didn't get payback today, he wasn't fit to be the Shen family heir. Only then did Yun Shu, who'd been picking at the dry skin on her fingers, finally look up at her so-called little brother. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Fu Xingyao, I don't care whether you acknowledge me. I never planned on acknowledging you either. But if you're going to open your mouth, at least get your facts straight. Are you sure it was me who wet the bed? Or was it you, so terrified of being laughed at that you grabbed a stick, beat me for half an hour, and forced me to say it was me? My grades aren't your business, Yun Shu, and you're the one who said good grades don't buy food. As for my face, take it up with Fu Huaishan. Those are his genes. Yun Shu's voice stayed flat and cold, but something dangerous flickered in her eyes. She'd planned to deal with the little brat later now he'd come to her. Stupid. Fu Huaishan snapped. God damn it, Fu Xingyao, with his dirty laundry out in the open. Fu Xingyao had nothing left to lose. He didn't believe his father would actually punish him. She deserved it. She screwed with my sister. He never finished. Crack. The scream that tore out of Fu Xingyao was blood-curdling. Everyone froze. The solid wood coffee table suddenly hurled into the air. Yun Shu had kicked it clean off the floor. It spun once, a dark blur, then slammed into Fu Xingyao. His legs were pinned tight between the table and the sofa. He couldn't move an inch. Yun scrambled off the couch, retreating to the far side of the room. My son Ju Chimeng rushed forward, straining against the table, but solid wood. That heavy wouldn't budge. Huaishan, help him. Yun Shu stood. She planted one foot against the table's edge and leaned in. Think before you open your mouth, Fu Xingyao, or you'll end up someone else's pawn. Her gaze slid sideways and locked onto Mu Yun, who had gone pale as a ghost. Isn't that right, Mu Yun? Fu Huaishan followed her stare to his second daughter. The pieces clicked into place, but after what Fu Xingyao had done, he couldn't exactly ask Yun Shu to go easy now. He sat down. While Fu Xingyao howled in pain, his father chose a seat and said nothing. Ju Chimeng saw it. Her heart dropped, and she made a decision fast. She pressed her palms together and bowed. Yun Shu, I'm begging you. Let Xingyao go. It's all my fault. Punish me instead. Just let him go. Tears streaked her face. A good mother, after all. Yun Shu glanced at Fu Huaishan, then back at Ju Chimeng groveling in front of her. The corner of her mouth lifted. Don't bother. I wasn't going to do anything. Really? Thank you, Yun Shu. Ju Chimeng exhaled, shaky with relief. Debts must be repaid. I've got plenty of time to collect. She lifted her foot. The words drifted out light as air, but Ju Chimeng felt them like an open palm. That little bitch was dead set on making their lives hell. Yun Shu aimed one last unsettling smile her way and walked toward the dining room. Let's eat, Huaishan. Ju Chimeng turned to Fu Huaishan, sobbing. What are you looking at me for? Get someone to move the damn table. He stood and followed Yun Shu into the dining room. Ju Chimeng scrambled to call the servants. Fu Huaishan was furious. Loud and clear, in Fu Xingyao's room, Ju Chimeng wept over her son's swollen legs. Mom, don't cry. The doctor said it's superficial bone damage. Yun Shu wouldn't dare do more than this. He had no idea that if Yun Shu hadn't held back, his legs would be gone right now. She'd controlled her strength on purpose, just like she'd said. The debt would be collected slowly. My good boy, just rest. Let yourself heal. Mommy will take revenge. Fu Xingyao was everything to Ju Chimeng. That bitch laid hands on her son. She'd skin her alive. And Fu Huaishan, his attitude today, fine. Don't blame her for what came next. Ju Chimeng left Fu Xingyao's room and knocked on Mu Yun's door. The instant it swung open, a sharp slap cracked across Mu Yun's face. Mom, she clutched her cheek. Why did you hit me? Did you say something to your brother? Is that why he went after Yun Shu like that? Ju Chimeng wasn't stupid. She'd pieced it together before Yun Shu spoke. What she hadn't expected was her own daughter using her son as a weapon. Mu Yun's defiance crumbled into guilt. I only told him the truth. The truth. You put him in danger. If your father starts looking at Xingyao differently, what happens to the three of us? Differently. Dad's always favored sons. He doesn't care about Yun Shu. Ju Chimeng wanted to strangle her. How had she raised someone this stupid? Too furious to stay, she spat out. You behave yourself from now on. If you try anything like this again, I'll deal with you myself. Then she turned and left. Mu Yun watched her mother disappear down the hall and burst into sobs when Ju Chimeng returned to the bedroom. Fu Huaishan was already gone. The servant said he'd left for the office, so the man was already pulling away from them. 30 minutes later, Ju Chiming dressed up and walked out the front door. Yun Shu lay stretched across her bed, flipping through the original owner's diary. A few minutes later, her computer pinged. She pushed herself up, opened the screen, and found a friend request waiting. She confirmed the identity, then accepted. Son, send me a detailed breakdown of that plan you mentioned the other day. Happy to pay. Number 1, it's expensive. Son, how much? Number 1, 2 million per sheet. 3 sheets total. Son, hold on. 3 seconds passed. Son, deal. Number 1, send the payment. You'll get the file. Ding. Yun Shu checked the bank alert, tapped a few keys, and sent the first sheet. Son, received. Thanks. Son, can I get the second one tomorrow? Number 1, sure. Son, great. Also, are you a guy or a girl? Number 1, neither. Son, can we meet? The instant that message delivered, Yun Shu's avatar went gray. She walked back to the bed, pulled up the covers, hit the lights, and closed her eyes. Outside a villa in the suburbs, the man who'd been waiting broke into a wide grin the second he spotted the familiar CRLI man stepped out, and he was on her in a heartbeat, pulling her into a possessive hug. Babe, what took you so long? Su Mingyuan out of town? Out of town. He went straight to the office. He's not coming home tonight. Li Man's voice was tight with irritation. He caught the look on her face and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Hey, what's wrong? Who pissed off my girl? Come upstairs, you can tell me all about it in bed. His hands were already roaming. Why are you always so damn impatient? She scolded, but a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Su Mingyuan was 12 years older than her. An old man with a young wife. Between the company draining his time and energy, most nights he just didn't have it in him. The man saw exactly how easily his words got under her skin and laughed out loud. Admit it. You love it when I'm impatient. They headed upstairs together, still bantering. His name was Wang Shungang. He was Li Man's lover, and the man she introduced to everyone as her cousin. They'd been together for 20 years. Back then, Wang Shungang had been nothing but a small-time contractor, but after he hooked up with his cousin Li Man, he started landing projects through the Su family. Now he ran his own company with a solid reputation. After they made love, Li Man lay curled against his chest and filled him in on everything that had gone down in the Su family the past few days. The moment he heard she and her 2 kids had been beaten by Su Xingyue, Wang Shungang shot upright in bed, swearing he'd head over right now and get revenge. It took Li Man a good long while to talk him down. Would you relax? What's storming over there and throwing punches going to fix? That bitch has been our punching bag for over a decade. She'll always be our punching bag. Right now, the company is what matters. That sobered Wang Shungang up fast. He opened the bedside drawer, pulled out an invitation, and handed it to her. Here, took me a ton of effort to get my hands on this. What is it? Li Man opened the envelope and read the card inside. Her eyes went wide. The Fu family's invitation? Amham. Isn't Su Mingyuan always trying to partner with the Fu family? Give him this. It should be enough to cool him off after everything that's happened. And don't forget that contract I told you about. Make sure you get him to sign it. Li Man nodded. Don't worry, with this in hand, I guarantee Su Mingyuan will sign that contract. Just thinking about everything this invitation would get her made Li Man's heart soar. She threw herself into Wang Shurengang's arms and pressed her lips to his. You're the best. I love you so much. Then love me one more time properly. He flipped their positions. The next morning, Li Man left the villa and drove straight to Su Corporation in the office. Su Mingyuan looked up at her with obvious displeasure. Li Man pretended not to notice. She pulled out the lunch she'd picked up on the way and started setting it out. Yuanji, you've been working all morning. Come eat and take a break. Su Mingyuan ignored her, his eyes fixed on the contract in front of him. Li Man didn't let the cold shoulder get to her. She pulled the invitation from her bag and walked over to him. I was on the phone all night last night, spent the whole morning calling in favors and begging people. This is for you. She set the invitation on the desk right beside his hand. I'll leave it there. Don't forget to eat. She made a show of turning to leave. Su Mingyuan picked up the invitation and glanced at it. Then he shot to his feet and caught her arm before she could walk out. Man, is this real? He couldn't believe it. The Fu family sat at the very top of high society. This wasn't just an invitation. It was a golden ticket into the inner circle. He'd spent years trying to get a connection with the Fu family, and no matter how many favors he called in or how much money he threw at it, he'd never even gotten close to their doorstep. Old Master Fu's birthday banquet was an event only the top-tier families in the capital could attend. Even major power players would be there. The value of this invitation was insane, and now Li Man had handed it to him. This was huge. Fake, throw it away if you don't want it. She said the opposite on purpose, but Su Mingyuan knew her temper. She was still mad he hadn't come home last night. He pulled her into his arms, his voice softening. Man, don't be mad. It's just, Xingyue is my daughter too. After what Nianru and Nianqing did to her, did you really think I could just let it slide? That girl's had a hard life. She lost her mother when she was little. You can't blame me for feeling something. Li Man put on a remorseful face. Yuanji, I know. I'll make sure Nianru and Nianqing behave from now on. We're a family. Let's not let this come between us anymore, okay? Seeing how reasonable she was being, Su Mingyuan felt it would be wrong to push further. He nodded. Good. We're still a loving family. He led her to a seat. Eat with me after lunch. I'll take you shopping for a new dress. You need to look stunning for the banquet tonight. Sounds perfect. Li Man's smile was bright. At the Su residence. At 1 in the afternoon, Su Xingyue was jolted awake by her phone ringing. She fumbled for it, glanced at the number. Didn't recognize it. She hit decline. A moment later, the phone rang again. Same number. This time she answered. I'll pick you up for the banquet tonight, a cold male voice began. But Su Xingyue was in full morning rage mode. The kind that flared whenever someone messed with her sleep without thinking. She snapped, not going. Then she hung up and turned the phone off. Su Xingyue didn't have many strong feelings about anything. Except one thing, waking her up. Especially when she'd been having a good dream. On the other end, Fu Yangcheng stared at his phone, momentarily stunned. Shaheng. His assistant hurried in. Yes, young master. When you delivered that invitation the other day, what did she say? Caught off guard, Shaheng blinked. She. Su Xingyue. The man's voice dropped to a dangerous low, like a volcano about to blow. Shiheng flinched. Oh, Miss Su didn't say much. She said nothing when she saw the invitation. Nothing at all. Shiheng replayed the scene in his head. She didn't seem too keen on taking it, so I just shoved everything at her and bolted. He gave the honest play-by-play. Fu Huaishan's face darkened. A beat later, his voice cut through the silence. This year, next year, and the next 10 years of vacation all cancelled. Li Jun's holiday hopes evaporated right there. Shen Wanzhong and Zhu Qimeng got back from shopping at 3 that afternoon. The second they walked in, Zhu Qimeng rushed to her room to primp. Tonight's dinner party was a huge deal, and she wasn't about to slack off. Shen Wanzhong watched his wife and daughter get dressed up and felt a swell of pride. Then a thought struck him. Go find Yun Shu a dress, he told Zhu Qimeng. Have her come to the dinner party tonight too. Han Duoduo's face soured instantly. She opened her mouth to argue, but one warning look from Zhu Qimeng shut her up. Zhu Qimeng hesitated, her expression thoughtful as she looked at Shen Wanzhong. Wanzhong, it's not that I don't want to bring her. She's just so shy. She's never been to a formal dinner like this. Tonight is crucial for you. There's a real chance you'll meet the right partners. If she does something wrong, it could reflect badly on you. She furrowed her brow, as if she were genuinely worried about his interests. Why don't we let her sit this one out? Next time there's a smaller gathering, we'll bring her along, let her ease into it. Does that work? Shen Wanzhong fell silent for a moment, then he nodded. You're right. We won't bring her tonight. Next time a good opportunity comes up, we'll take her with us. Good. Let's head out. We can't be late tonight. Getting there early might help us find the right partner. Zhu Qimeng linked her arm through Shen Wanzhong's, Han Duoduo trailing behind, and the three of them left the Shen residence. The moment they were gone, a line of luxury cars pulled up outside the Shen family gate. Li Jun stepped out and knocked. A maid opened the door and led him inside. Yun Shu came downstairs slowly, still drowsy. Good afternoon, Miss Yun. Li Jun's smile was full wattage. Yun Shu barely glanced at him. Not really. Li Jun blinked. She really had no interest in small talk. What do you need? She hadn't slept well during her nap and wasn't in the mood for conversation. Li Jun straightened. Miss Yun, Mr. Fu is here to pick you up for the dinner party. At the mention of Fu Huaishan, Yun Shu's brow furrowed slightly. Li Jun braced for rejection, but instead she said, wait for me, and turned to go upstairs. Li Jun stared. Miss Yun was cooperating, so why had the big boss been so furious earlier? Whatever, the important thing was she was coming. He waited, relieved. 2 minutes later, Yun Shu came back down. She'd only changed her shirt. Li Jun had expected her to take her time getting dressed up. He frowned internally. Miss Yun, we're going to a dinner party, but getting her there was his job. What she wore wasn't his concern. Miss Yun, this way please. He led her outside. A bodyguard stood by the luxury car. When he saw Yun Shu, he opened the rear door. She slid in and looked up, meeting Fu Huaishan's gaze. Fu Huaishan looked devastating. His silver-gray suit was custom-tailored, the clean lines accentuating his tall, powerful frame. His dark hair was swept back, a few strands falling across his forehead. When he turned, the light caught the bridge of his nose, casting a shadow that highlighted the firm line of his mouth. His eyes, touched with a hint of foreign ancestry, held a distant, cold gleam, alluring, impossible to read. As he swallowed, his Adam's apple moved above his tailored collar, a small, sensual detail. Didn't sleep well? His voice was low, threaded with concern. Yun Shu nodded. I wake up cranky. Fu Huaishan's expression softened. He'd disturbed her. I'll remember that. She gave him a slightly puzzled look. Today is my grandfather's birthday dinner. I want you there with me. His dark eyes locked onto hers, tiny flecks of light dancing in them, making her pulse stutter for a half-second, but she recovered quickly. In exchange for that thing the other day. The air in the car thickened, grew heavy and still. The moment passed almost as quickly as it came. Fu Huaishan said nothing for a beat, then he ordered, drive. The driver nodded, and the car pulled smoothly away. Fu Huaishan leaned back in his seat, silent. Yun Shu was never much of a conversationalist, and right now she had no desire to start anything. She closed her eyes to rest. Time slipped by. Eventually, the car stopped in front of a high-end beauty salon. Fu Huaishan and Yun Shu stepped out. The store manager had been hovering nearby. The second he spotted them, he rushed over, smile stretched wide. Good evening, Mr. Fu. Miss Yun. Fu Huaishan gave a brief nod, then turned to Yun Shu. Let's go inside and take a look. They stepped into the styling salon together. The salon was enormous and dripping with luxury. This wasn't just a boutique. It was a full-service styling studio with professional makeup artists and hair teams, every single one of them recruited from the very top of the industry. The city's elite were regulars here, and even A-list celebrities booked appointments. The manager led them straight to the gown section on the first floor. Rows of dresses gleamed under the lights, one after another. Runway pieces, limited editions, every last one a work of art. Fu Huaishan glanced sideways at Yun Shu. See anything you like? A few stylists stepped forward, lifting more than a dozen gowns. Miss Yun, would you like to look through these limited pieces? She was attending a banquet with Fu Huaishan tonight. Showing up looking the part wasn't optional. Yun Shu didn't overthink it. Her eyes moved across the selection and stopped on a simple pearl-white gown. Clean lines, elegant cut. Understated but absolutely refined. The pearl-white fabric caught the light and held it, glowing soft and quiet, almost aristocratic. She pointed. That one. The manager gestured, and the other staff withdrew. Right this way, Miss Yun. Will get you fitted and styled. Up on the second floor, 5 or 6 stylists moved in fast. Every detail got attention: hair, makeup, the drape of the fabric. Nothing was left to chance. Time slipped by. Yun Shu sat still in the chair and let them work. When they finished, she rose slowly and walked to the full-length mirror. She studied her own reflection. Her brows arched delicately, like crescent moons. Her eyes shone bright as stars. A light layer of lipstick had brought warmth to her whole complexion. Her hair fell in soft waves over smooth shoulders, polished but natural, carrying just a hint of gentleness and grace. The woman in the mirror smiled. There she was. The manager escorted Yun Shu back downstairs. Fu Huaishan sat on the couch, scrolling through financial news. The sound of footsteps, He looked up by instinct. The second his eyes landed on her, he went still. Time seemed to stop. Even Li Jun, who hadn't exactly expected much from Yun Shu, stood there stunned. She was beautiful. The kind of beautiful that cuts through a dark sky like the brightest star. Completely impossible to ignore. She walked toward them in that simple mid-length gown. Every step was graceful. After the styling, she looked transformed. A different person entirely. The dress was the opposite of over-the-top simple, yes, but it played up every one of her strengths. Her figure looked more balanced and more flawless in it than ever before. In everybody's eyes, Yun Shu had always been that useless heiress with nothing going for her. But the woman standing here right now blew that image to pieces. Her inner strength and outer beauty had fused into something unique, something that pulled focus and held it. A few days of decent meals had visibly improved her health. Her face no longer looked pale and drained of blood, now it held a healthy flush, almost dewy. Her body wasn't stick-thin anymore, either. There was a softness to it that made her even more attractive, and the scars. The ointment had slowly faded them until they were nearly invisible. The stylists had cleverly concealed any leftover marks so nothing distracted from her overall look. In this moment, Yun Shu was beautiful. But it wasn't some generic, one-size-fits-all beauty. It was hers alone, distinct, personal. And it didn't come only from how she looked. It came from the confidence and resilience she carried inside. She walked up to Huaishan. Decent. He stood, as if shaking off a dream. Just as he rose, the overhead light caught her and wrapped her in a soft glow. For one split second, Huaishan saw her like a fairy with her own halo. Breathtaking. Stunning. His voice came out rough. He didn't hold back. A pause. By the way, I didn't bring a gift. Huaishan shook his head, the corner of his mouth curving into a faint smile. You did. She blinked. He gave no explanation. Instead, his hand closed around hers, his dark eyes locked onto her face, and a flicker of warmth passed through them. Beside them, Li Jun nearly yelped out loud. His eyes went huge, his face flooded with shock. Was the boss seriously trying to— what was this? Robbing the cradle? No, that wasn't right. But before Li Jun could find the words, something even more horrifying happened. Yun Shu looked down at the hand holding hers. 2 seconds later, she pulled freed. No hesitation. 1 clean break. Let's go. It's late. Her voice stayed flat. She turned and walked toward the door without waiting. Li Jun's jaw came unhinged. Did she just reject the boss? He couldn't believe his own eyes. Did Miss Yun have any clue what she'd just done? Women would line up from the capital all the way to the coast for one chance with Huaishan. And she just pulled her hand away. This was absolute insanity. But when Li Jun glanced at Huaishan, he saw no anger on the man's face. If anything, there was something almost doting in his expression. During the drive, Li Jun kept stealing glances into the back seat. To his surprise, the two of them looked completely unbothered by what had just gone down. Huaishan stayed silent. Yun Shu sat beside him like a statue. Li Jun started to wonder if he'd imagined the whole thing. The convoy rolled into the Fu family estate. Under the lights, the grand manor looked especially dignified. Most of the guests had already arrived. The parking lot was packed solid with luxury cars, But Fu Huaishan's fleet didn't stop at the lot. They drove straight into the inner grounds. Outside the ballroom, people were everywhere, the atmosphere lively and buzzing. The moment the Rolls-Royce glided into view, the hum of conversation dropped to a hush. All eyes were fixed on the car. Everyone knew this wasn't just Master Fu's birthday banquet, it was Fu Xingyao's bride selection event. 4 years, the old man had been beside himself over his grandson's single status. He'd paraded girl after girl in front of him. Good families, beautiful faces, flawless reputations. Fu Xingyao hadn't even looked at this point. Master Fu was starting to wonder if his grandson even liked women. Tonight, every prominent young heiress in Beijing was here, all hoping to catch Fu Xingyao's eye. The one who did would lock in the social climb of the century. So when the Rolls-Royce pulled up, a surge of anticipation rippled through the crowd. The door opened. A figure stepped out. He was stunning. Powerful. Fu Xingyao in the flesh. The girls who'd been pining for him felt their hearts stutter. They adjusted their gowns, smoothed their expressions, praying they looked flawless when his gaze swept their way. But Fu Xingyao didn't head toward the banquet hall. He turned and walked around to the other side of the car. Puzzled looks flew through the crowd. Someone else was in the car. The door opened again. A young woman stepped out from the back seat. Fu Xingyao offered his hand. She placed her palm in his, and together they walked into the hall. He was tall, magnetic. She was striking and poised. They moved like a matched set, as if they'd been designed to be seen side by side. Fu Xingyao's presence was overwhelming. But she wasn't diminished by it. Her grace and aura rose to meet his, and against him, she shone even brighter. Oh my God, who is that? Have you ever seen her before? She's gorgeous. What family is she from? Whispers flew through the guests. Everyone was on fire to know who this woman was. I have no idea. I'm losing my mind. One girl watched them glide past and let out a choked sob. My dream guy is taken. Li Jun stayed by the car, watching the pair disappear through the entrance. His chest ached from holding in his shock. Just minutes ago, he'd overheard CEO Fu Xingyao quietly ask Miss Yun to do him the favor of showing face in public. That alone had blown his mind. Inside, the banquet hall blazed like midday. A massive Swarovski crystal chandelier dominated the golden room, spilling pale gold light like a waterfall. Every corner glittered. Founding figure of the nation, Master Fu commanded honor and respect. Every guest here tonight was a heavyweight, political powerhouses, military elite. Any one of them could rattle Beijing with a single stomp of a foot. The room hummed with clinking glasses and low conversation as clusters of guests mingled. Fu Xingyao led Yun Shu through the main entrance. Every conversation stopped, all heads turned. Who's the woman CEO Fu Xingyao has on his arm? I didn't know the Fu family had someone in mind. Fu Xingyao was used to being watched. His expression didn't flicker, cold, unreadable. He glanced at Yun Shu, expecting nerves. Half the city's elite was staring, but she looked completely at ease. No tension, just natural grace, a faint, effortless tilt at the corner of her lips. A flicker of pride crossed Fu Xingyao's eyes. They crossed the room to where Master Fu stood, surrounded by well-wishers. Grandfather, may you have health and peace. Fu Xingyao's voice was deep, respectful. Master Fu turned slowly. He'd been deep in conversation, and his weathered face held a trace of irritation. His own birthday banquet, and the brat had shown up late. Honestly, he deserved a swat. But the second his eyes landed on Yun Shu, they went wide. A heartbeat later, his dark expression brightened like clouds parting after a storm. The gloom vanished, replaced by something close to delight. Yun Shu stood beside Fu Xingyao like a flower in full bloom. Her pearl-white gown was simple but exquisite. She looked almost otherworldly, a fairy maiden stepping onto mortal ground. What struck Master Fu most was her presence. She matched his grandson beat for beat. Neither outshone the other. Grandfather, this is Yun Shu. Fu Xingyao's tone was low, steady. Then he turned to her, and his voice softened noticeably. Yuna, this is grandfather. Yun Shu blinked at the sudden nickname, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before she recovered. She knew how to behave at a formal occasion. She smiled politely. Hello, Master Fu. This was the first and only time Fu Xingyao had formally introduced a woman to the old man. The way their hands were linked said everything. They were far from casual acquaintances. Master Fu's heart practically soared, but he kept his composure. He responded. Master Fu, may you live as long as the eastern sea and as high as the southern mountain. Her voice was clear and pleasant, easy on the ears. Behind her, a security guard stepped forward with the birthday gift Fu Xingyao had prepared. Master Fu didn't even glance at it. He waved a hand, and an attendant took the package. The old man's eyes never left Yun Shu. The longer he looked, the more satisfied he felt. He was already doing the math. If these two got married now, in a year, he'd be hosting a 100-day celebration for his great-grandson. That would make him far happier than any of his own birthdays. Across the room, every guest was still locked onto Fu Xingyao and Yun Shu. Then Fu Xingyao spoke, addressing the room as much as his grandfather. Yuna is my date. Just those words, but they landed like a thunderclap. He called her his date, but anyone with half a brain knew it meant more for the cold, untouchable CEO to publicly claim any woman as his date. That woman was nobody ordinary. Master Fu's joy deepened. His expression softened even more. Then he reached out and patted Fu Xingyao's shoulder. Once it looked like an approving gesture, but the weight behind it was a warning. You'd better not mess this up. His grandson's wife. He couldn't be more satisfied. Hold on tight. If someone steals her from under your nose, don't expect me to be gracious about it. Xingyao, take Xiao Yu around, introduce her to the elders. Fu Xingyao nodded. Yes, grandfather. He reached for Xiao Yu's hand, ready to guide her away, but a sugary voice sliced through the room. Xingyao, darling. The cloying pitch made Xiao Yu's skin crawl. She barely suppressed a shudder. They both turned. A tall girl in an aggressively lavish gown stood behind them, her eyes locked on Fu Xingyao. A practiced flush of shyness colored her cheeks. Xiao Yu might as well have been air. Xingyao, darling, I've missed you so much. Shangfu Muse batted her lashes, glancing up at him before dropping her gaze. But the instant she noticed Fu Xingyao's hand wrapped around Xiao Yu's, her fingers curled into fists at her sides. Fu Xingyao's expression remained glacial. He didn't even glance her way. As if she'd long grown accustomed to his frozen indifference, Shangfu Muse kept right on with that syrupy tone. Xingyao, Darling, it's been forever, why won't you say something to me? Xiao Yu watched the spectacle unfold, the heiress practically flinging herself at a man who stood there like a block of ice, and couldn't help a flicker of dark amusement. Wow, she's really committed to misreading the room. Just then, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit strode toward them, a broad smile stretched across his face. Master Fu, my apologies, business held me up. I hope you'll forgive my tardiness. Shang Fu Xiong bowed with polished sincerity. I wish you long life and abundant fortune. Master Fu dismissed it with a wave. Don't give it a second thought, work always comes first. Shang Fu Xiong smiled, nodded, then turned his attention to Fu Xingyao, approval flickering in his eyes. It's been too long, Xingyao. Uncle Shang Fu. Fu Xingyao's greeting was civil enough. Spotting his daughter standing there with a dazed look, Shang Fu Xiong cleared his throat. Muse, aren't you going to pay your respects to Master Fu? Shang Fu Muse snapped out of it and rushed forward to offer her birthday wishes. Master Fu, may you stand as strong and enduring as the pine. She grows lovelier every year, the old man said warmly. Shang Fu Xiong, you've raised a fine daughter. Shang Fu Xiong dismissed it with a modest wave. Hardly. This girl gives me a headache every single day. As a matter of fact, she was supposed to sit for an exam today, but the moment she heard about your birthday celebration, she absolutely insisted on attending. She said she missed you, and she missed her Xingyao. The words were delivered with a helpless air, but the real message couldn't have been clearer. He was dangling his daughter's feelings for Fu Xingyao in front of everyone. Master Fu caught the implication perfectly. He chose to ignore it. Kids just love a good party. Shang Fu Muse's cheeks flushed. She lowered her gaze, looking faintly embarrassed. Master Fu, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 20. Her eyes never once strayed from Fu Xingyao. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, she straightened with pride. Master Fu, not long ago I competed in a piano competition in country-wide. I took first place. Please, let me play a piece for your birthday. All right. With the old man's approval, Shang Fu Muse swept toward the grand piano on the stage and settled onto the bench with exaggerated grace. As she passed, her gaze flicked, brief, contemptuous, toward Xiao Yu, who stood off to the side. Beneath the dazzling crystal chandelier, Shang Fu Muse in her pink evening gown looked every inch the elegant performer. Her fingers danced over the keys, and a love concerto spilled into the hall like a flowing stream. The melody pulled every guest under its spell. Did you hear? One guest murmured. Miss Shang Fu has been in love with CEO Fu since they were children. It's him or no one. What's so surprising about that? With the Shang Fu family standing, of course she'd aim high. You have to admit, her piano playing is stunning. Absolutely, she said she won an award in country-wide. That's world-class. Murmurs of admiration rippled through the crowd. Sensing the approval, Shang Fu Muse's lips curved into a smug little smile. Come on. Fu Xingyao's focus never shifted from Xiao Yu. Let me get you something to eat. Xiao Yu gave a small shake of her head. She's actually decent. Do you want to stay and listen? Whatever you want. He would stay or go. It made no difference to him. The piece ended. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. Shang Fu Muse smiled with practiced grace, rose like a preening white swan, and descended from the stage. Master Fu, how did you like it? She practically skipped over to the old man. Beautiful, truly beautiful. It seems our muse has grown up after all. The smugness on Shang Fu Muse's face only deepened. Xiao Yu turned to Fu Xingyao. Let's go. He nodded, his grip tightening around her small hand. The moment they turned to leave, Shang Fu Muse's voice cut through the air. Hey, you must be Xingyao's date, right? She hurried over and planted herself in front of Xiao Yu, her eyes raking up and down in critical assessment. Xiao Yu met her stare without flinching and gave a single nod. Shang Fu Muse's lips curled into a nasty, self-satisfied smile. Well then, since you're Xingyao's date, I'm sure you've got some talents of your own, don't you? Why don't you play something? Wish Master Fu a happy birthday? The challenge was blatant. And by dragging Master Fu's name into it, she'd made refusal that much harder. She was angling to force Xiao Yu to humiliate herself in front of everyone. Xiao Yu looked at that smug, self-satisfied face and felt a wave of exasperation rise inside her. Did rich heiresses ever actually grow up? That tired old trick, shoving someone else down to make yourself look taller. Don't you ever get bored? Miss Shangfu, Xiao Yu said, her tone flat but carrying far enough to make the nearby guests turn and listen. Are you trying to embarrass me just so you can feel superior? Shangfu Muse froze. She hadn't expected Xiao Yu to call her out so bluntly. I'm not scared at all. It's Master Fu's birthday. As the younger generation, the least we can do is offer our respects. Ju Chimeng's voice dripped contempt. You're too scared to perform, aren't you? Probably because you've got no talent whatsoever. She gave Yun Shu another slow, dismissive once-over. But honestly, I shouldn't be surprised. Every well-bred girl in Beijing is a friend of mine, and I've never seen your face before. The words landed with practiced superiority, making it painfully clear she thought Yun Shu came from nowhere. Fine. If you don't have any skills, that's okay. I completely understand. She said it lightly, almost sweetly. But the mockery gutted Yun Shu right there in front of everyone. The guests nearby fell silent. Every gaze locked onto Yun Shu. Her expression went cold. Something dark flickered in her eyes. Chimeng, that's enough. Luo Juancheng's face hardened as he stared at his daughter. Father, I'm not causing trouble. I'm just stating facts. A nobody like her shows up as Fu Huaishan's date. Ju Chimeng intended to strip away Yun Shu's mask and make her understand exactly how far out of her league Fu Huaishan really was. Ju Chimeng. Fu Huaishan's sharp voice cut through the room, making everyone jump. His face turned to ice, the kind of ancient cold that rises off a frozen lake and freezes the air itself. Ju Chimeng flinched at the roar. Fu Huaishan opened his mouth again, then stopped. The small hand tucked inside his palm had just scratched lightly against his skin. That unexpected touch jolted him. He turned on instinct and met Yun Shu's gaze. She shot him a look that said, "Hold on. Not yet." Fu Huaishan swallowed, the fury rising in his chest. What was she planning? Was she seriously going to swallow this insult? He leaned in close, voice low against her ear. Do whatever you want. I've got your back. Yun Shu gave a small nod. Ju Chimeng caught the moment and her confidence swelled. She'd expected Fu Huaishan to explode at her. Instead, he'd stopped himself. That made her smile with even more arrogance. Master Fu stood off to the side, old eyes gleaming with calculation. He watched everything in silence, curious to see how this woman his grandson had taken an interest in would handle the pressure. Yun Shu stepped forward. Her posture was relaxed but proud. Her voice came out calm and even. Miss Ju, your talents are unmatched. I wouldn't dare compare myself to you. She paused. But as you said, today is Master Fu's birthday. As the younger generation, we should offer our blessings. How about this? I know a little piano. I'd like you to lead me through a piece for Master Fu. Would you be willing, Miss Ju? Her gaze settled on Ju Chiming, steady and unreadable. Ju Chiming heard the request and curled her lips like a victor. Since you're begging, I'll reluctantly guide you through something. Thank you, Miss Ju. The corner of Yun Shu's mouth curved into a faint, unsettling smile. Luo Juncheng watched her, an odd unease coiling in his gut. Something felt off here, but he couldn't name it. With a nod from Master Fu, the butler Shuzong Yuan had a piano brought in and centered in the living room. Hey, what's going on? Ju Chiming and Yun Shu were about to step onto the low stage when a teasing voice rang out from behind. Everyone turned. A man in a flashy blue suit strode in through the main entrance, drawing every eye. The young women in the room fixed him with eager stares. Sun Huaishan walked straight to Master Fu and greeted him with respect. Master Fu, I'm late. Please don't hold it against me. Happy birthday, may you stay young at heart. He presented his gift with a flourish. Master Fu's expression softened into a kind smile. Huaishan, still as lively as ever. After a quick exchange, Sun Huaishan turned and spotted Fu Huaishan standing with Yun Shu. His heart skipped. So brother Huai really did have a girlfriend, and he'd brought her to meet the old man. That was no small thing. He steadied himself and walked over, greeting them warmly. Brother Huai. Sister-in-law. That single word, sister-in-law, made Ju Chiming bristle. Brother Huaishan, what are you calling her? She's just Brother Huai's date, not his wife. She stressed the word date like she was underlining Yun Shu's low status. Sun Huaishan was quick. In a flash, he caught the tension crackling through the air. Ju Chiming didn't want any more interruptions. She raised her voice, rude and impatient. Can we hurry this up? If you keep dragging your feet, I won't play with you. Without waiting for an answer, she strode onto the platform like a proud peacock and sat at the piano. Yun Shu followed without hurry and took a seat beside her. Down below, Sun Huaishan moved close to Fu Huaishan and murmured, Brother Huai, what kind of show is this? Fu Huaishan ignored him completely. Unfazed, Sun Huaishan stepped back to where Li Jun stood and lowered his voice. Li Jun, what's going on? Li Jun filled him in, worry threading through his tone. Miss Yun was still young, easy to provoke, and Ju Chiming had trained at a top music school since childhood. If things went wrong, it would embarrass their CEO. Sun Huaishan listened, then nodded thoughtfully. He studied Yun Shu on the stage for a long moment before he spoke, his voice carrying meaningful weight. Li Jun, time for another lesson from Master Sunday. Li Jun blinked. What? Never jump to conclusions before the curtain falls. Master Sun means, Li Jun started to ask, but Sun Huaishan pressed a finger to his own lips. Just then, music drifted from the stage. Ju Chiming had struck the opening notes. With her exquisite skill, The beginning was effortless. Mu Yun's fingers flew across the keys, precise and flawless. Every note landed exactly where she wanted it. Then, without warning, she picked up the tempo. The music poured out like a storm, catching everyone off guard. Difficult runs and sharp key changes hit in rapid succession. The guests finally understood what she was doing. She was deliberately trying to humiliate Yun Shu with skill like that. How could Yun Shu possibly keep up? Whispers spread like rising water. I told you she shouldn't have agreed to this. She's just asking to be humiliated. Yeah, Miss Mu might be pushy, but she's got real talent. Think she'll miss the beat? If Yun Shu can't follow, won't that make Brother Cheng look bad? The crowd murmured. Even Li Jun started sweating for Yun Shu, but Brother Cheng and Sun Huaishan both sat rock-still, completely unbothered. After a dazzling display of double-note runs, Mu Yun launched into 2 full octaves of technique, pushing the piece to a new level of difficulty. She finished by locking the melody on the highest note. There, your turn. She lifted her hands and looked down at Yun Shu, a flicker of contempt in her eyes. Thanks for the warm-up. Yun Shu slowly lifted the piano lid. The first note landed like thunder. The entire banquet hall seemed to shake. Unlike Mu Yun's soft, flowing style, Yun Shu's music struck with a metallic edge like war drums, making everyone sit up straighter. Mu Yun had played at the highest register. Yun Shu stayed right there, matching her note for note, refusing to back down. The keys vibrated violently under her fingertips. Every note felt alive, charging forward like thousands of soldiers. High notes cut through the air like drawn swords, low notes pressed down like an advancing storm. The banquet hall transformed into an ancient battlefield, smoke and steel thick in the air. 2 seconds in, Mu Yun's smug expression drained of color. Her eyes went wide. She couldn't believe Yun Shu had picked up the beat so easily and then taken it further. No, her notes were actually better. Mu Yun glanced around. All the guests were looking at Yun Shu with admiration. No, I can't let her outshine me. I'm the best. Determined not to lose in front of everyone, she jumped back in, turning it into a full-blown duel. The ballroom became a battlefield. 2 armies clashing, blades meeting, the sounds of battle echoing in every chord. At first, Mu Yun held her own. They went back and forth, neither giving ground, but after the first exchange, she started to slip. Yun Shu's presence was overwhelming. Her music surged like a tidal wave, unstoppable. Mu Yun had always played lyrical pieces. Against Yun Shu's storm of sound, she struggled to keep up. Still, she refused to admit defeat. When the second round started, she began deliberately sabotaging the piece. Discordant notes, small but sharp, stabbed into Yun Shu's battlefield rhythm, messing up the flow. Mu Yun felt a smug satisfaction. This will throw her off. She'll have to stop. But that's not what happened. Right when Mu Yun thought she had ruined the performance, Yun Shu shot her a look, one full of cold, deliberate murder. Then Yun Shu dropped her key. The whole world seemed to fall silent. A bone-deep chill swept through the room. After that brief stillness, Yun Shu's fingers became lightning. A torrent of thunderous chords exploded. Woven with rapid, spinning runs, her hands blurred across the keys, so fast it was almost impossible to follow. Mu Yun was completely outclassed. The speed of Yun Shu's fingering, even her own teacher would struggle to play that fast without mistakes, but Yun Shu made it look effortless, smooth, perfect. After one final high note, Mu Yun finally understood the gap between them. She dropped her hands, giving up. She had nothing left against Yun Shu, not in skill, and not in presence. With the interference gone, Yun Shu's performance unfolded like a magnificent painting. The music painted soldiers charging into battle, fighting for their country, and finally returning victorious. When the last heavy chord landed, the hall went dead silent. Everyone was still lost in the music. Then Brother Cheng's grandfather, tears in his eyes, started clapping. His applause cut through the silence like thunder, and then the whole room erupted. Waves of cheers and clapping crashed from every direction. Wow, I actually saw a battlefield in that piano sound. One guest clutched his chest, excited. Yeah, I thought only the Guzheng could paint a picture like that, and my eyes have been opened today. Look at Miss Mu, is she about to cry? Let her cry. Miss Yun was incredible. Another guest gave a thumbs up toward Yun Shu. Brother Cheng, your wife's piano skills are insane. I'm fired up. Sun Huaishan said, grinning at Brother Cheng. He shook his head in admiration. Brother Cheng really did have the best taste. Nobody picked a woman like him. Despite her young age, Yun Shu had a depth he couldn't begin to touch. Master Fu's words faded. A look of quiet pride settled across Fu Huaishan's face. His gaze locked on her, soft, brimming with warmth and a love he couldn't hide. She rose from the piano bench. The hall erupted again, applause rolling through the room like thunder, but Yun Shu's face showed nothing. No arrogance, no self-satisfaction. She was completely calm. The piano, she knew the basics. Nothing more, but as a top-tier bodyguard. Her reflexes were drilled into her. Those tricky scales and impossible key changes, they took nothing more than a little technique and flawless speed. As for world-famous classical pieces, she didn't know a single one. What she knew was the blood and fury of thousands of warriors. Miss Ju, thank you for the opening. Yun Shu's voice was crisp, but hearing those same words now hit differently. Ju Chimeng stood frozen on the stage, her whole body trembling. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes. She was seconds from breaking down, but she forced herself to hold it together. She stumbled off the stage, rushed straight to Master Fu, gave a quick bow, and ran out without looking back. Forgive me, Master Fu. My daughter was out of line today. I'll come apologize properly another time. Ju Chimeng's father wasted no time. He chased after her without another word. Inside, he sighed. His reckless daughter had finally learned there was always someone better. Yun Shu stepped off the stage and walked directly to Master Fu. She bowed slightly, her voice apologetic. I'm sorry, Master Fu, playing that piece at your birthday banquet. Please forgive me. Master Fu waved a hand immediately. Girl, don't ever say that. He let out a long, shaky breath. I've lived through countless storms. I've fought more battles than I can count. To relive those glorious years through your music at my age, I should be thanking you. He grasped her hand tightly, his eyes gleaming with emotion, nostalgia for the past, approval for her. Uncle Zhong. The attendant stepped forward with an antique box and handed it to Master Fu. Fu took it and pressed it into Yun Shu's hands. Girl, this is my gift to you. Don't refuse. Yun Shu looked down at the delicate box, slightly bigger than her palm. After a pause, she accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Master Fu. Good. At his exclamation, the guests started buzzing. What do you think it is? A woman whispered. Definitely not money. In the Fu family, cash is the cheapest thing, someone replied. Obviously. A man like Master Fu wouldn't give that. I bet it's a family heirloom, another guest said. Then one man cut in bluntly, stop guessing. The real point is, Master Fu has accepted Miss Yun, so for our daughters, forget it. A collective sigh rippled through the hall. Yes, Fu Huaishan was off the market. Huaishan, take the girl to rest for a while. Fu Huaishan walked over, took Yun Shu's hand, and nodded. Yes, grandfather. They left the main banquet hall and stepped into a private lounge. The moment she crossed the threshold, Yun Shu kicked off those torturous high heels. She pulled her hand from his grip. Fu Huaishan stared at his empty palm. Something cold settled in his chest. Anything to eat? Yun Shu was starving. Yes, Miss Yun. Wait right here. I'll take care of it. Li Jun had become her biggest fan. He scurried off without waiting for Fu Huaishan's order. I'll eat. Then I'm leaving. We're even. Yun Shu dropped onto the sofa, her expression blank. Even that one word cracked Fu Huaishan's icy mask, piece by piece. A few seconds later, he walked over and crouched down. His tall frame came to her eye level, his dark pupils reflecting only her. Yun Shu. I like you. His voice was low, threaded with something tender. This was the first and only time he'd ever confessed to a woman. He'd met countless women in his life. But it wasn't until Yun Shu that he understood what like really meant. It was the moment an angel whispered in his ear, Fu Huaishan, look. She's your soulmate. When he saw her beat down her vicious stepsister, he admired her decisiveness, but when he saw her hurt, he felt the pain himself. And when she said they were even, that she wanted to cut ties clean, the heart beneath his chest beat wildly out of rhythm. Right now, he just wanted to tell her how he felt. He wanted her to stay. Yun Shu froze, his words hit like a thunderclap. She hadn't expected him to say that. Like a man, no man only slowed her down. She'd never been in love before. And she wasn't about to start now. She looked at Fu Huaishan for several long seconds, then her voice came out cold. I don't like you. Calm. No emotion at all. At that exact moment, Li Jun wheeled in a cart full of food. Miss Yun. He stopped mid-sentence. His blood ran cold at the sight of Fu Huaishan crouched in front of her. Just then, Yun Shu's stomach growled. CEO Fu, I'm really hungry. Right now, all she wanted was that food. Fu Huaishan rose to his feet and walked to the door. As he passed Li Jun, he said, take Miss Yun home. Yes, sir. Li Jun answered carefully. What was wrong with the CEO? A second ago, everything had been fine. The banquet was winding down, but Ju Chiming was still pacing outside the main hall like a cat on a hot tin roof. She was desperate for any scrap of news from inside, and she couldn't get in. Master Fu's birthday banquet was split into 3 halls. The main one held family, close friends. and key business partners, all celebrating with the old man himself. The other 2 halls were for extended family friends and secondary partners. She was only there because Wang Shungang had gone through hell to score an invitation, spending a fortune in time and money, but it was just for a side hall. She couldn't set foot in the main one for Ju Chiming, who was dying to land Fu Huaishan. That was a crippling blow. The banquet was almost over, and she hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. She paced in front of the main entrance, but no matter what she said, the Fu family's bodyguards refused to let her in. All she could do was stand outside, straining to catch the sounds drifting from inside. Piano applause, and then words like Miss Yun and Fu Huaishan that made her blood boil. She cursed under her breath, "I end this rule of law society. How could they treat her like this? Who the hell was this Miss Yun who'd suddenly popped up, stealing the spotlight at Master Fu's banquet? And since when did Beijing have another heiress sharing her last name without her knowing? No. Wait, Yun wasn't her surname, the last name was different. Still, it felt like a monkey show, and she was stuck outside, staring at the closed doors and the stone-faced Fu bodyguards. Ju Chiming gave up and slunk back to the side hall. If the banquet wasn't over yet, she might as well use the chance to network with some eligible young men in a secluded corner of the garden outside the side hall. A jaw-dropping scene was unfolding. Yang Zhu was tangled in a steamy embrace with a heavy-set man, completely ignoring the public setting. "My sweet Zhu, why haven't you contacted me in so long?" the man breathed, pressing himself against her. He was Ji Hongxian, a Fu family business partner. Yang Zhu bit her lip, terrified of making a sound, but a soft moan slipped out. Oh, a little. She choked out, "I can't hold back, I'm gonna." The man's words turned filthy, enough to make anyone's face burn, but the spectacle didn't last long. They both finished fast. Yang Zhu scrambled to straighten her dress and darted out of the corner. Ji Hongxian followed, a satisfied smirk on his face. "All right, let's split up. Remember what I told you," she said, giving him one last look. "Don't worry, we've worked together before." Ji Hongxian replied with a lewd grin, "I'll be waiting for you at the hotel the day after tomorrow." Yang Zhu shot him a final glance, a flicker of invitation in her eyes. Inside the hall, Shen Wanzhong had long since passed out in his chair, mumbling, "Emma.ge. Give me a chance. Cooperation." Yang Zhu spotted him and her temper flared. Shen Group wasn't small, but in this sea of Fu family connections, it was nothing. Shen Wanzhong showing up here was like a tiny fish in a vast pond. His glass had been raised again and again, yet he hadn't locked down a single verbal agreement ever since Ju Chiming's mother passed away. Well, it was the matriarch of the Shen family who had died. The Shen family's business had stalled. After Yang Zhu married in, an e-commerce reform hit, and things slid downhill year after year. Shen Wanzhong worked hard and took the pressure, but every time the company showed a little improvement, it would bleed money again for no clear reason. Over time, he'd grown exhausted, barely hanging on. He'd hoped today would bring some breakthrough, but the results spoke for themselves. Disappointment and alcohol had knocked him out cold. Yang Zhu scanned the hall and spotted Ju Chiming chatting happily with some overseas-educated rich kid. She sent Ju Chiming a quick message, then dragged the deadweight Shen Wanzhong back to the Shen residence. Luo Juncheng finished his rounds with the elders and went looking for Fu Huaishan, but he finally found him in the restroom staring at the closed door. Luo Juncheng shot a sly grin at Li Jun, who stood nearby. Li, is it getting hot and heavy in there? Li Jun replied flatly, Mr. Luo, it's just Mr. Fu in there alone. What? Where's my sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, Li Jun looked puzzled. When had the CEO gotten married, and when had he picked up a sister-in-law? Seeing his confusion, Luo Juncheng patiently explained, Miss Yun, the one your CEO was holding hands with earlier. Li Jun finally caught on. Mr. Luo, Miss Yun is in another restroom. The CEO just came from there. They're not together. Luo Juncheng thought for a second. Did they have a fight? Li Jun stayed silent. He didn't know the reason either. Forget it, no point asking you anyway. I'll check myself. With that, Luo Juncheng pushed open the door. The moment it swung open, a thick cloud of smoke hit him, nearly choking him out. Damn, Huaishan, are you trying to smoke yourself into a mummy? He fanned the air as he stepped inside. Fu Huaishan stood quietly by the window, his figure hazy through the smoke. A cigarette burned between his fingers on his right hand, smoke curling upward at his feet. Cigarette butts littered the floor. Fu Huaishan almost never smoked. Luo Juncheng had grown up with him, and this was only the second time he'd ever seen him with a cigarette. Right now, Fu Huaishan's tall, straight frame seemed somehow sunken. He'd taken off his suit jacket, and the top two buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a hint of tanned skin on the surface. Nothing had changed, but Luo Juncheng could feel it, an overwhelming, unspeakable sadness radiating from him. Sadness? Luo Juncheng's heart clenched. He strode over Huaishan. What's wrong? Talk to me. Brother, did you and sis-in-law have a fight? Let me tell you, women need to be coaxed. You can't always be so cold, man. Mistaking the situation, Luo Juncheng rambled on with his romantic insights. Fu Huaishan's irritation was climbing, and he was about to tell him to get lost when Luo Juncheng added, Want me to give you some advice? Guaranteed to make her love only you. The haze in Fu Huaishan's eyes cleared instantly. He dropped the cigarette butt, turned around, and fixed his gaze on Luo Juncheng. What's the solution? Wait, what? Shanixuan couldn't track Fu Huaishan's sudden swerve. He just stared at him, still scrambling to catch up. You said something a minute ago. I said something. Shanixuan's brain reversed at full speed, replaying his own words. He'd said a lot. Which part? Oh right, I said I could teach you a few moves. Make sure. Fu Huaishan cut him off before he could finish. I asked what your idea was. His tone dropped a few degrees. The way he locked eyes with Shanixuan, it felt like he might freeze him solid where he sat. Today there's tons of options, Shanji. The chill crawling up Shanixuan's spine was real, but he pushed through it. You could float some rumors, make your wife jealous. Give her a little urgency, you know? No. Fu Huaishan killed it without a heartbeat of hesitation. Why not? Look, Shanji, this stuff always works. Women get jealous so easy. Fu Huaishan shut him down again. She said she doesn't like me. His voice barely cleared a whisper. Doesn't like. Wait, what? Shanixuan practically launched out of his chair, his pitch jumping an octave. Your wife told you she doesn't like you? So you two aren't even together? His eyes went wide. You confessed, and she shot you down. That's what you're telling me. Fu Huaishan nodded, looking completely defeated. Shen Yixuan stared at him and knew, instantly and with total certainty, that he never should have come tonight. This was Fu Huaishan, first woman he'd ever been interested in, 29 years on this earth, and she rejected him. Who would believe that? But the part that really melted his brain was this. Miss Yun actually turned down Shan Ji's confession. What the hell was going on? Shen Yixuan felt his mental processor about to blue screen, so, Shanji, could you maybe tell me how you two met? He asked. Careful now, then I could work out something specific from the details. No. What? Blunt as a hammer. Then how am I supposed to? Shen Yixuan's voice trailed off. His brain was seconds from overheating when Fu Huaishan spoke again. Figure out a plan, and the car parked out front is yours. His tone stayed cold and flat, like a hyperlimited supercar, one of only 3 in existence, was no big deal at all. Yes sir. Shanji. I will not let you down, mission guaranteed. After a full dinner, Yun Shu left the Fu family estate with the driver to be. By the time Fu Huaishan came looking for her, the parlor was already emptied. In the car, the driver couldn't stop raving about Yun Shu's piano performance. He called it breathtaking and kept layering on more praise. One compliment after another, but about what he'd witnessed, Fu Huaishan kneeling beside her, he didn't breathe a single word. He didn't dare. When they pulled up to the Yun family's front gate, Yun Shu was about to turn and head inside when the driver suddenly spoke up. Miss Yun, my boss really is a good man. Her brow flickered, but she smoothed it away almost instantly. She answered, flat. Then she walked straight inside without another word. The Yun family living room was empty. Ju Chiming hadn't come home yet. Yang Zhu was upstairs dealing with a very drunk Shu Zongyuan. Yun Shu, still in her gown, reached her bedroom door and nearly collided with Shen Wanzhong stepping out of the room next door. You're Yun Shu. He squinted at the woman in front of him. This elegant, striking woman with those fine features, how could she possibly be that ugly, sobbing mess of a Yun Shu? He honestly wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Yun Shu's gaze dropped to Shen Wanzhong's knee. Cold, no warmth at all. Knee healed? She asked. Her voice icy and perfectly flat. That one sentence was all it took. Shen Wanzhong knew it was her. Because he remembered with perfect clarity the look she'd given him yesterday when she kicked him, that same cold, merciless stare. He started to curse, but when his eyes met hers, he froze, mouth open, nothing coming out. Yun Shu didn't spare him a second glance. She turned and walked into her room. The door slammed shut. Only then did Shen Wanzhong snap out of it. Who do you think you are? He muttered under his breath. Put on a dress and you think you're a princess. You're just the Shu. Shiner standing next to one. After washing up, Yun Shu opened her laptop and logged into her account. At the same moment, a transfer notification came through. She verified the amount was correct, then sent over the final design drawings. Just as she was about to log out, a message popped up. Captain Ju, Master, interested in switching jobs. High pay. Number 1, not interested. Captain Ju, any chance we can work together again? Number 1, depends. She didn't wait for a reply. Yun Shu logged out and blocked him. Captain Ju stared at the message. Failed to send notification. a row of dark lines practically forming across his forehead. After a beat, he picked up his phone and dialed, "Captain, all design drawings received, request denied." "Anne, I've been blocked." Yun Shu sat in front of her computer, eyes fixed on the search results for Fu Huaishan. Page after page opened, but there was almost nothing on him or the Fu family, just a handful of entries. Fu Huaishan, 29, at head of the Fu Corporation, controlling shareholder of the Y Consortium in Europe. Nothing about the old man at all. She picked up the box and studied it closely. It looked old, with visible marks of age across its surface. Opening it, she found a keepsake resting quietly inside, one that revealed the old man's identity. She hadn't expected him to give her something this precious. After a long moment, Yun Shu closed the box slowly and put it away with care. When she moved to shut down the computer, Fu Huaishan's name caught her eye again on the screen. A restless feeling stirred in her chest. The next morning, Zhu Qiming returned to the Yun family right in time for breakfast. When Xu Zongyuan asked where she'd been, she said she'd stayed at a classmate's place overnight. He clearly wasn't satisfied with that answer and launched straight into a lecture. After breakfast, Fu Xingyao slipped into Zhu Qiming's room, buzzing to share what he'd seen the night before. "Sis, you are not gonna believe this. I saw Yun Shu last night in a gorgeous gown, wearing makeup." Zhu Qiming narrowed her eyes. "You were seeing things." "Absolutely not. Yun Shu didn't own a gown, let alone know how to put on makeup. I'm serious. I saw her clear as day. She definitely went to the Fu family banquet." Fu Xingyao dug his heels in. "Oh, come on, little brother. Don't be so naive. That banquet isn't open to just anyone. You need an invitation." The memory of those strictly tiered invitations sealed Zhu Qiming's certainty. There was no way Yun Shu could have ever gotten in. When Fu Xingyao realized she didn't believe a word, he tried to push harder, but Zhu Qiming hadn't slept all night. She kicked him out without another thought. 2 days later, the break was over. The new semester started at the private school. Yun Shu and Zhu Qiming were both starting their sophomore year. Fu Xingyao, a year younger, was entering as a freshman. The siblings left for school half an hour early. When Yun Shu was about to head out, the housekeeper stopped her. No drivers were available. She didn't flinch. The residence was about 5 kilometers from the school, and she'd already planned to walk. Good exercise. Yun Shu walked fast. 5 kilometers. 35 minutes. As she took in the school that had terrified the original owner, a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of bloodlust crossed her eyes. The private school, the lowest ranked in the city. As long as your family had decent connections, you could enroll. It gave people a fancy elite school label to toss around, and because the school only cared about family background, the students ranged wildly in ability. Yun Shu walked in with her back straight. 15 minutes before class. Most students were already inside, only a few stragglers heading in. She strolled in slowly, and it didn't take long for people to notice. She was known as the school's punching bag. She'd always walked with her head down, apologizing even when someone else bumped into her, but today was different. She held herself tall instead of hunching over. The uniform that used to hang too loose on her now fit perfectly. The bangs that had always covered her eyes were pinned back, revealing a smooth forehead. Her skin looked noticeably lighter. Without that signature backpack she carried everywhere, a lot of people would have thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. She'd completely transformed. Whispers followed her. People speculated about what had changed. A few thought about messing with her like before, but her new aura made them hesitate. Is that Yun Shu? It's not just the looks, it's her. Have you ever seen anyone else with that backpack? I recognize the bag, but she's different. Yeah, I think she got prettier. And way lighter. Does she seriously think looking better will stop people from bullying her? What an idiot. Yun Shu walked through the whispers and laughter straight toward her classroom. The bell rang just as she stepped into class 2J6. The school had 6 classes per grade, about 50 students each. Following a small class, college model classes were ranked by average GPA. Hers was the worst in the sophomore year, hence 2J6. Ju Chiming was in class 1, the top tier, but regardless of academic rank, one thing united all the classes. Every student came from a decent, middle-tier family background and every class had its share of troublemakers and rebels. The school's policy on them, look the other way. As long as nothing major happened, everything else was trivial. When Yun Shu entered the room, the noise dropped by half. Hey, who's that? She looks so familiar. She walked to the back of the classroom and sat in the seat next to the brooms and mops. And just like that, class 2 to 6 exploded. Yun Shu. That's Yun Shu. No way, I knew she looked familiar. It really is her. Did she get some kind of makeover over break? She looks completely different. A girl in the front row spun around, stared at Yun Shu a few times, then turned back to her deskmate. Ju Chiming said she's got some mental illness. Looks like she's really losing it. Yeah, look at that attitude. You think if she has an episode, she'll bite someone? The guy beside her shrank back in mock fear. Maybe we should tell the teacher. What if she's got some kind of contagious madness? Ha, contagious madness, only you would come up with that. The students around them burst into laughter. Yun Shu heard every word, but in her eyes, these people were no different from Ju Chiming, spoiled kids whose parents gave them way too much freedom. Brains. Definitely not on the menu, so she let their chatter slide right off. A minute later, the teacher walked in. Everyone returned to their seats. The female teacher pulled out the roster and began calling names. When she got to Yun Shu's name, a crisp voice cut through the room. Present. The teacher looked up. When had her voice changed? She remembered the old Yun Shu, the one who needed her name called multiple times before answering, barely audible, like a mosquito buzzing in the corner. But today, the students were just as confused. Everyone turned to stare at if before they'd only suspected she'd changed her appearance, now they had to wonder if she'd been swapped out for someone else entirely. Yun Shu sat upright in her chair, head held naturally high. As the curious gazes poured in from every direction, she met them without flinching, eyes fixed calmly ahead. Compared to the girl who used to hide in the back, hunched over, too afraid to even answer when her name was called, they might as well have been two completely different people. The middle-aged female teacher stared in disbelief. She called the name again. Yun Shu. Here. Yun Shu met the teacher's gaze head-on, eyes sharp, voice steady. Is there a problem? The question hit the room like a rock dropped into still water. Department 6 erupted. Oh my God, did the freak just snap out of it? Right, she's actually talking back to the teacher. Look at her. Whispers broke out from every corner. Everyone was stunned by Yun Shu's sudden transformation, downright speechless. The teacher felt the sting of being challenged. She cleared her throat. Ahem. No, nothing. She was probably overthinking it. Employees change as they mature, perfectly normal. Alright, everyone settle down. Let's start. She steadied herself and began the briefing. But Department 6 wasn't about to let it go. All through the session, they muttered and gossiped about Yun Shu's dramatic personality flip. Yun Shu sat upright in her seat, eyes on the instructor. For her, this kind of classroom learning was a first. Back in X-World, she had plenty of skills, all of them state-of-the-art, top tier, but she'd learned them through trial and error in brutal conditions, or been forced to master them at gunpoint. Sitting in a bright conference room like this never happened. The material wasn't new, but the act of learning itself felt grounding. Here, if she screwed up, she didn't die. So when the trainer launched into her presentation, Yun Shu absorbed every word. She was the most focused person in the room. When practice problems went up on the board, Yun Shu jotted down the answers without hesitation. While the others stalled, she scanned the room, quietly matching faces from the original owner's memory to the co-workers. Around her, she was seated in the back row, her deskmates, a broom and a bucket. No one to her left, no one to her right. Not a soul in front or behind. Nobody wanted to sit near her. Most of the department were heirs to wealthy families. Their daily routine, bully co-workers for entertainment, talk about food and parties. Yun Shu had zero interest, but the guy 3 seats ahead of her, currently passed out cold, caught her attention. His name was Huaishan, pale skin. Despite the grand name, the kid was short. Maybe 5'5", small for a guy. According to the original owner's memory, Huaishan was quiet, barely spoke, slept through most briefings, but he was a legitimate hacker. More than once, the original Yun Shu had spotted him out in the company garden, coding. The code was beyond her understanding back then, but now Yun Shu knew it wasn't simple stuff. And yet, on every computer test, Huaishan scored a 0. Same as the original Yun Shu. Then she noticed a girl in the front left row keep twisting around to stare. The obvious behavior pulled Yun Shu's attention like a magnet. The girl looked nervous. Each time she glanced back, she did it carefully, checking that her deskmate wasn't watching. Even through her glasses, Yun Shu caught the pity in her eyes. Pity, right? She was the company scapegoat. The one everyone could walk all over. The girl felt sorry for her. One look at her face, and memories surfaced on their own. Ju Chimeng. Her family owned a chunk of land in the western suburbs. New money, people called it. They had cash, sure, but in this company that didn't buy much, she was average looking, carried a little extra weight, and usually trailed behind the department's queen bee, her deskmate, Liu Ting. So why did the original owner remember Ju Chimeng so clearly? Because she was the only person at this company who had ever helped her. Memories flickered through Yun Shu's mind like a film reel, playing back everything the original owner had endured here. After a long pause, she smiled to herself. This company wasn't going to be boring after all. Director's office. Director Jiang stood at the door, beaming, bowing slightly as he greeted his two distinguished guests. CEO Fu, Young Master Shang Fu, welcome to Quantum Node Network Tech Company. Your presence honors us. Fu Huaishan wore a black suit, jacket foregone. The top two buttons of his shirt were undone. Paired with that arrogantly handsome face, he radiated a lazy, aristocratic energy. Beside him, Shang Fu Muse wore a crisp white suit today, a sharp contrast, but the shirt underneath? Gaudy beyond belief. A riot of patterns and colors that could make your head spin, and yet, on Shang Fu Muse, with those striking features, it somehow worked. Fu Huaishan walked straight to the main sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs with casual ease. Shang Fu Muse, like a curious kid, launched a self-guided tour of the director's office, touching this, examining that. Completely at home, Director Jiang watched them, his heart hammered. The company had just started its day, and these two had shown up unannounced in the past. He couldn't have begged them to set foot on campus. Was this a blessing or a disaster waiting to happen? He poured their tea himself. CEO Fu, what brings you here today? Any instructions? Fu Huaishan, the walking god of wealth in Beijing, you couldn't catch a glimpse of him on a normal day. Couldn't even beg for an audience. And now he was sitting right here in Jiang's office. Jiang was on high alert. Just looking around, Fu Huaishan said coolly, his voice as detached as ever. Jiang was lost. What did looking around mean? Shang Fu Muse saw the man's tension and laughed. Relax, Director Jiang. CEO Fu just wanted to stop by. He'll be dropping in more often from now on. You'll need to get used to it. If Shang Fu hadn't said anything, Jiang might have been less confused. Now he was even more lost. He was going to come more often. Looking at what? Looking at who? Even with no clue what was going on, Jiang pulled himself together fast. He was the director, after all. Whatever Fu Huaishan was here to see, the fact that he'd come at all meant something. At this company had caught his attention. And that meant Jiang finally had a way in. Windsor Academy has been producing exceptional talent since the day it was founded, Shuzong Yuan said, his voice thick with pride. He kept talking. The Academy has been eager to launch a major research initiative. But a project of that scale requires significant funding. The man across from him wasn't listening. His attention was miles away. Shuzong Yuan didn't let that stop him. Our momentum is undeniable. Every department is delivering results, but if we want to break through to the next level, innovation is everything. This research project is the key. A shrill ring cut through the room. Fu Huaishan was on his feet before Shuzong Yuan could finish, making the principal flinch. Principal Shu, do you mind if I look around? No, of course not. Shu scrambled up. How about a tour? Fu Huaishan gave a short nod. Shu immediately called for the dean, and together they headed out across the campus. In Class 6, the teacher handed out the last of the homework and left. The second she was gone, the room exploded. It was like someone had unlocked a cage. Voices rose, laughter bounced off the walls, and at the center of all the noise was one name, Han Duo. But Han Duo sat apart from it all, wrapped in an invisible bubble, and no one got close to her desk. She was used to being alone. She barely noticed it anymore. She picked up her pen and started her homework. Then a sharp voice cut through the air above her. Han Duo, Xiao Yu from class 1 says you're crazy, that true? Han Duo looked up slowly, her gaze settling on the speaker. Liu Ting was working a lollipop in her mouth, eyeing Han Duo up and down with a sneer. Han Duo set down her pen. If I said you were crazy, would that suddenly be true? The room went dead quiet. A long beat. Then murmurs rippled through the desks. Whoa, did Han Duo seriously just call Liu Ting crazy? She doesn't look crazy to me. Honestly, she looks pretty normal. First day back and it's already like this semester's gonna be chaos. Han Duo, you looking for a beating? Liu Ting's face twisted with rage, calling me crazy. Sounds like you're itching for a slap. But before she could get another word out, something no one expected happened. Han Duo shoved her desk forward with both hands. The heavy wooden desk shot across the floor like a battering ram, slamming straight into Liu Ting's thighs and stomach. Then it bounced back to its original spot as if it were on a slingshot. It happened too fast for anyone to react. Liu Ting screamed as pain tore through her body. She stumbled backward, the lollipop hitting the floor with a crack, shattering into pieces. 3 girls who always ran with Liu Ting rushed forward, glaring at Han Duo. You're the one who needs a beating, Han Duo said, her voice flat, her eyes cold as she stared Liu Ting down. She hadn't even gotten out of her seat. The whole class was stunned. Fine. Liu Ting bit down on the pain in her legs. You started this, Han Duo. Don't blame me for what happens next. She and the girls advanced, aggressive, ready to fight. You want to throw down? A faint smile touched Han Duo's lips as she rose from her chair, her spine straightened, radiating a quiet, unshakable authority. Her dark eyes locked onto the girls in front of her with a sharp, cutting edge. That look stopped them cold. They exchanged glances, a flicker of fear settling in their chests. Even the onlookers edged back toward the door, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Liu Ting was the undisputed queen of Class 6. Nobody talked back to her. And now, the school's biggest loser had just challenged her in front of everyone. How was she supposed to save face? Her expression soured into something ugly. Get her, shut that mouth of hers for good. At her command, the girls lunged. Han Duo didn't move. The faint smile never left her lips. She lifted her foot and kicked the leg of her chair. Bam! The chair flew straight into her hand as if it had a mind of its own. 1 swing, and she sent it hurtling at the girls. Oh my God! Screams erupted from the students by the door. A few of the more timid ones covered their eyes. Help! You're crushing me. When the yells and sobbing finally died down, everyone dared to look. 3 girls lay sprawled across the floor. Underneath them, trapped and flailing like a human cushion, was Liu Ting. Han Duo walked over, slow and unhurried. She stopped above the pile of 4. Next time you open your mouth, think first. Her voice was ice, sending chills down their spines. Next time, it won't be a chair. She bent down, picked up the chair she'd thrown. That single, casual motion made the girls on the ground squeeze their eyes shut, terrified. After a long, tense moment, they cracked their eyes open again. Han Duo was already back at her desk, writing her homework, calm, focused. Like she hadn't just taken down 4 people with 1 chair. Get off me. Are you trying to crush me? Liu Ting shrieked, Finally squirming free, she rubbed her aching body, staring in disbelief at Han Duo. The girl hadn't even looked up, she just kept writing, like nothing had happened. Her face still burned from what just happened, sharp and humiliating, like she'd been slapped in front of everyone. No way. She had to save face today, or she wouldn't survive this class, let alone the rest of the semester. Liu Ting had just wound up for another swing when a furious male voice tore through the hallway. Yun Shu, get the hell out here. The roar jolted the students still hovering near the door. What now? First day of school, and already everyone was gunning for her. Yun Shu, you've got the nerve to do it, but you're too chickens hit to show your face? The guy kept raging, insults flying straight into the classroom. At the sound, Yun Shu set down her pen, stood, and walked toward the door. As she passed Liu Ting and her little crew, something strange happened. All three of them took 2 steps back, almost in unison. The classmates at the entrance parted to let her through. Yun Shu lifted her gaze slowly, scanning past the crowd until her eyes landed on the figure outside. A stocky guy with a buzz cut loomed at the classroom entrance, peering inside and muttering curses under his breath. A handful of other guys trailed behind him like loyal shadows. Well, finally decided to show your face. The buzz-cut guy's glare burned with raw hostility, like he wanted to rip her apart right there, but Yun Shu stayed eerily calm under that stare, her expression blank. She looked up at the muscular guy towering a full head above her and asked flatly, "What do you want?" Her mind pulled up his file instantly. Ji Hongxian, class representative for one of the other homerooms. Big guy, trained in some kind of mixed martial arts. And most importantly, Zhu Qimeng's obsessed admirer. A total brain-dead fanboy back in the day. He'd even begged Yun Shu to deliver his love letters. Zhu Qimeng had treated that like a personal insult and beat her for it. "Of course I want something," Ji Hongxian snapped, her lazy attitude making his anger spike even higher. He didn't even notice how different Yun Shu looked today. He just kept bellowing at the top of his lungs. "Why the hell did you break Qimeng's hand? She's supposed to be an artist, she's going to be someone someday. Qimeng told me not to come after you. She still cares about family, at least, but you're just vicious. No wonder everyone treats you like dirt. You're garbage. A waste of space. The only thing you're good at is bullying your own sister." The words shot out of Ji Hongxian like machine gun fire, each one slamming into Yun Shu. The onlookers started throwing disgusted looks her way. Wow, so Yun Shu's the bully at home, wouldn't have pegged her for that. No wonder I saw Zhu Qimeng's arm all bandaged this morning when I asked. She just said she did it to herself. Hey, don't jump to conclusions. Yun Shu hasn't even said anything yet. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Yeah, let's not judge too fast. Let's see how this plays out. The chatter buzzed around her, but Yun Shu couldn't have cared less. She just raised an eyebrow, almost amused. Zhu Qimeng really didn't know when to quit. She hadn't even gone after the girl yet, and here she was, sending her attack dog to the doorstep. Eyes locked on Ji Hongxian, Yun Shu curled her lips. "That's right. I broke Zhu Qimeng's hand." Gasps rippled through the crowd. "She told you I broke her hand. Did she also tell you why?" Yun Shu's gaze turned to ice, but Ji Hongxian was stuck on the confession. "Nothing else got through, so you admit it. I don't care why. Qimeng's too kind. You're the one who's been picking on her this whole time." Looking at this brainless fanboy, Yun Shu decided she was done wasting words. She turned to head back into class. Stop right there. Who said you could leave? Ji Hongxian threw out an arm, blocking her path right across her chest. His followers behind him started jeering. Yeah, without the boss's say-so, you're not going anywhere. Apologize now, or you're not walking away from this. I don't usually hit women, but you broke Chimeng's hand. I'm avenging her today. Ji Hongxian grabbed her arm and pulled his fist back. His fist was barely half a foot from her face. Yun Shu's feet were already braced, ready to move. Just as the clash was about to explode, a stern shout cut through from behind the crowd. What do you think you're all doing? Director Shen Wanzhong had been cheerfully showing Fu Huaishan around the school, never dreaming he'd walk straight into a student brawl. Now he was furious and humiliated, so disappointed in these kids. Couldn't they have picked literally any other time to fight? Right in front of him? Making him look completely incompetent, Director Mu Yun, the middle-aged woman in charge of discipline, had already shoved through the crowd after the director's shout. She planted herself between Yun Shu and Ji Hongxian. She shot them both weighted looks. Minor disagreements between classmates are normal. No fighting. Both of you, go back to your classrooms now. Out of the corner of her eye, Yun Shu caught the figure standing behind the crowd. A glint of mischief sparked in her dark eyes. Ji Hongxian reluctantly lowered his arm as he turned to head back. Yun Shu suddenly spoke up. Director Mu, Ji Hongxian started it. At that, Ji Hongxian exploded. Bullshit, you broke Zhu Chimeng's hand first. Yun Shu raised her voice, loud and mocking. Then why didn't Zhu Chimeng come to me herself? Why did she send you? Who exactly are you to her, Ji Hongxian? Yun Shu, are you looking for a fight? Ji Hongxian's face twisted with rage. Her words hit a raw nerve. He'd been chasing Zhu Chimeng for 2 years with zero response, and that wound was still wide open. I'm asking you, who are you to her? What gives you the right to speak for her? Director Mu was blinking frantically, practically cramping from the effort of trying to stop it. All right, that's enough. Whatever it is, deal with it after school. Inside, she was cursing. Now was absolutely not the time to sort out who was right and who was wrong, but Ji Hongxian was beyond listening. Yun Shu's repeated jabs about what he was to Zhu Chimeng had pushed him clean over the edge. Yun Shu, I don't give a damn if the director himself shows up today. Director Shen's expression darkened to storm cloud levels. He opened his mouth to speak, but a deep, unhurried voice cut him off. Is that so? Fu Huaishan stepped forward from the shadows of the hallway, his polished leather shoes clicking against the floor with a sound that somehow silenced the entire corridor. So this was the great school atmosphere Director Jiang kept boasting about, and here was Chairman Fu, supposedly so enlightened. Disrespecting teachers, cursing out female classmates. I'd gotten a front row seat to the show today. Everyone whipped around. A man in a sharp black suit and another in a floral blazer stood several yards away, flanked by a dozen bodyguards in black. Director Jiang and a cluster of administrators hovered nervously behind them. Fu Huaishan's face was carved from ice. His gaze locked onto Chen Xiaoming and froze the boy solid. The aristocratic pressure rolling off him swept through the hallway like a storm front. Ji Hongxian spotted Yun Shu and threw her an exaggerated wink, The kind that practically screamed, "Backup has arrived." Mr. Fu, Emma.ge, my apologies. Director Jiang forced a ragged laugh. This was an accident. A complete accident. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly, very thoroughly. Fu Huaishan didn't spare him a glance. He strode toward Yun Shu on those long legs of his. Someone shrieked, "Oh my God, it's Mr. Fu." The cheers erupted in waves. Look, Emma.ge is right behind him. I hit the jackpot, 2 legends in one day. The photos online already killed me, but seeing them in person, someone call an ambulance. Everyone in the city knew Fu Huaishan and Ji Hongxian. The students here all came from money, but these two were on a whole different level. Guys worshipped their power, girls drooled over their faces. Now nobody gave a damn about Yun Shu or Chen Xiaoming. Every pair of eyes was glued to the two newcomers. The second Fu Huaishan stopped in front of Yun Shu. Director Jiang squeezed his way over. Before Fu could get a single word out, Jiang barked, "Dean of Students, get these 2 troublemakers to my office. I'll deal with them personally." "Yes, Director." The dean motioned for Yun Shu and Chen Xiaoming to follow. Fu Huaishan, about to speak, watched her small figure walk away. Even the ever-composed chairman cursed under his breath. "Mr. Fu, shall we continue the tour?" Director Jiang tried to salvage the situation, only to see Fu Huaishan pivot and follow the trio. Director Jiang, you'd better handle this well." Ji Hongxian sidled up and murmured something cryptic, then cheerfully trailed after them. Director Jiang's weathered face nearly crumpled. What the hell was happening now? Outside the director's office, students crammed the corridor in layers, mostly girls. Every security guard in the building couldn't hold them back. Only Fu Huaishan's men kept the boldest ones from barging straight through the door. Inside, Director Jiang, the dean, and the homeroom teacher stood in a stiff row. Fu Huaishan and Ge Hongxian sat on the sofa. Ge lounged back, occasionally tossing winks at Yun Shu. She ignored him completely. Fu Huaishan's face was a thundercloud. Yun Shu stood opposite them with Chen Xiaoming. "Why were you fighting outside the classroom?" Director Jiang asked after a nervous glance at Fu Huaishan. Normally Jiang liked to smooth things over, but with these 2 heavyweights parked right in his office, sweeping this under the rug wasn't an option. If word got out, his prized wholesome environment would become a punchline. "She broke Ju Chiming's hand. I got pissed, so I confronted her." Chen Xiaoming spoke first, his voice steadier than before. Director Jiang looked at Yun Shu. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. "Your turn. What happened?" Facing his interrogation, Yun Shu didn't flinch. "His right. I broke Ju Chiming's hand." The words had barely left her mouth before Ji Hongxian burst out laughing. "Miss Yun is hilarious. She owns her actions like a boss." He waved a careless hand. Go on. Ahem. Director Jiang cleared his throat awkwardly. "Then why did you break her hand?" "An eye for an eye." Yun Shu's voice was as calm as if she were reporting how many glasses of water she'd had today. The office fell silent for a full 2 seconds. You're lying, Chimeng would never. Chen Xiaoming couldn't stand hearing anyone slander his beloved. Shut up. Director Jiang slammed the table. Chen Xiaoming's jaw snapped shut. Jiang turned back to Yun Shu. And did you lay hands on him just now? 1 second slower, and he would have been airborne. Yun Shu was dead serious. Ha ha ha, Yun Shu, you'd Director Jiang. 3 voices rang out at once. Director Jiang didn't know where to look. The laughter was Ji Hongshen again. He tried to hold it in, but the way she said airborne was too damn much. The second voice was Chen Xiaoming's. He was a key member of the Taekwondo club. There was no way that idiot Yun Shu could send him flying. He was about to cuss her out. The last voice, cold as frost, belonged to Fu Huaishan. His face had been dark this entire time. What is it, Mr. Fu? Director Jiang rushed to stand beside the sofa. Fu Huaishan rose and walked over to Yun Shu for an instant. Something like longing flickered in his eyes as he looked at her. Then he turned to face Director Jiang, his lips parted. Director Jiang, the matter between Yun Shu and Zhu Chimeng is a private affair. Wouldn't you agree? Director Jiang's eyes darted between Yun Shu and Fu Huaishan. Realization hit. Yes, Mr. Fu is absolutely right. He jabbed a finger at Chen Xiaoming. The Zhu family's business, what's it to you? Sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong. But Director, Chen Xiaoming tried to argue. But what? All you do is waste time on useless nonsense. This whole mess is your fault. Get out of here and hand me a 10,000-word written apology by tomorrow. Seeing Fu Huaishan's expression soften a fraction, Director Jiang let out a breath. He waved Chen Xiaoming off. Dean, take him out and give him a good talking to. Make sure he understands exactly what he did wrong today. Yes, Director. After they left, Director Jiang sidled toward Fu Huaishan with a fawning smile. Well, Mr. Fu, I still have some work to handle. Make yourselves at home. Take all the time you need. He nodded at Ji Hongshen, then slipped out of the office. Only 3 people remained in the room. Yun Shu, Fu Huaishan, and Shangfu Muse. Sister-in-law, you're something else. Shangfu Muse stood and gave Yun Shu a thumbs up. Her brow furrowed at the title. Her voice came out flat. I'm not your sister-in-law. Ah. Shangfu Muse choked on whatever he'd planned to say next. Right, you two should talk. I'll leave you to it. He slipped out the door. Yun Shu spoke first. Did you need something? Fu Huaishan pushed down the tightness in his chest. Yeah, came to observe. Okay, then keep observing. Yun Shu turned to leave, but the moment she pivoted, his large hand caught hers. Yun Shu looked down at his grip. CEO Fu, what is this? The man pressed his lips together, like he'd been working up to this. Shangfu Muse said I should be around you more, make myself known. He says that's how you get someone to like you. His voice was low and magnetic, a deep current humming right beside her ear. His dark eyes locked onto hers, searching for even the smallest reaction. Her face looked cleaner now, her skin rosier than before. Those dark pupils held a pull he couldn't look away from. Yun Shu stared back at the impossibly handsome man in front of her. In those cold, bottomless eyes, there was nothing else. Just her. Completely. She'd never felt her heart skip before, but right now, a foreign sensation surged through her chest. It felt like some giant hand had gently plucked at her heart, knocking its rhythm off course. In those few seconds, Yun Shu made a decision. She'd never been in love. What was the harm in trying? This flawless man had more or less handed himself over. She might as well take him. Yun Shu pulled her hand free from his grasp. She met his eyes, serious. Fu Huaishan, I've never been in a relationship. She paused a beat. But once I start something, only I decide when it ends. Her questioning gaze held steady. His body went rigid, every nerve strung tight. I've never been in one either, but I promise you this, between us, you always call the shots. Alright, then. Let's try. Her words set him off completely. His dark eyes sparked with brilliant color. Good, then from now on, I'm yours. A smile broke across his handsome face, faint dimples appearing at the corners of his mouth, dangerously alluring. His large hand caught hers again, tighter than before. What kind of phrasing was that? Whatever. She'd let it slide. She glanced at the clock on the wall and tried to pull her hand back. Okay, I need to get to class. Can you skip it? Fu Huaishan didn't let go, reluctance plain in his eyes. Right now, he looked nothing like the CEO of the Fu Group. He looked more like a ridiculously gorgeous, clingy puppy, the kind you wanted to reach out and ruffle. I'm a student, following school rules is my responsibility. Tempting as he was, she had her principles. Then I'll wait for you after school. Standing tall, that smile lent his handsome face a different kind of pull. A total male siren. Not daring to look at him any longer, Yun Shu hurried out of the office. Outside, Shangfu Muse had been chatting with Sun Huaishan. He spotted Yun Shu and immediately called out. Sister-in-law, heading out? He asked casually. Yun Shu nodded. Class. Oh, okay. But the moment she turned away, Shangfu Muse froze. Wait. Alarm bells went off in his head. Earlier, inside the office, when he'd called her sister-in-law, she'd corrected him on the spot. Just now, she hadn't even flinched. That realization stunned him without a second thought. He ditched Sun Huaishan and rushed back inside. By the time Yun Shu returned to class 6, second period had already ended. The moment she appeared in the doorway, the noisy room went silent. Every pair of eyes landed on her. Curiosity and judgment. Yun Shu is back, someone announced. The voice wasn't loud, but it caught everyone's attention. Shu Shaonan got slammed with writing an apology letter straight from the principal. How'd Yun Shu walk away clean? That's weird. Right. Even if Shu Shaonan started it, Yun Shu still interrupted the school inspection. How is she walking around like nothing happened? The classroom buzzed like a boiling pot. Students whispered back and forth, hashing over the whole thing, but the person at the center of it all acted like it had nothing to do with her. Yun Shu walked back to her seat and kept writing her homework. Ju Chiming had been planning to get back at her earlier. Now she watched her return with something different in her eyes. The old Yun Shu had been class 6 disgrace, bad grades, always shrinking into herself in a way that made everyone dismiss her. Nobody remembered who'd bullied her first. Eventually, she just became the target everyone felt free to pick on. Meanwhile, Her half-sister Mu Yun was the top student in Class 1, the class beauty loved by teachers and classmates alike. The contrast, a dodder flower next to a fresh bloom, had made Yun Shu the object of everyone's contempt, but how had she changed this much over a single break? Whether she'd had work done or finally grown a backbone, the Yun Shu standing there now seemed like a completely different person. Chimeng, should we? Her minion made a subtle punching gesture toward Yun Shu's seat. Ju Chimeng shook her head fast. No, let's wait and see. She had a feeling this Yun Shu was no longer simple. Something about her was harder to pin down now, not as easy to push around as before. During the break before lunch, Yun Shu went to the school's back garden. This was the only place the original owner had ever liked at this school. They called it a garden, but there wasn't a single flower. Just overgrown shrubs. Yun Shu stood at the edge and quietly took the place in. Now she understood why the original owner had come here. It was easy to hide. Hiding meant fewer stares, less hurt. Yun Shu clenched her fists and walked forward. Just as she expected, he was still here, before she even got close. The rapid clicking of a keyboard drifted from the shrubs ahead. Yun Shu walked over and sat down in the bushes beside him. Li Jun glanced at her, then turned his focus back to the tiny laptop in front of him, as if she didn't exist.